Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 121. Narada said, removed from his place and pushed away from his seat with heart trembling in fear, and consumed by burning remorse, with his garlands dimmed in luster and his knowledge clouded, shorn of his crown and bracelets, with head swimming and every limb relaxed, divested of ornaments and robes, and capable of being recognized, sometimes not seeing the other residents of heaven, filled with despair, and his understanding a perfect blank, King Yayati fell headlong towards the earth. And before the king fell down, he thought within himself, what an auspicious and sinful thought was entertained by me, in consequence of which I am hurled from my place. And all the kings there, as also the Siddhas and the Apsaras, laughed at seeing Yayati losing his hold, and on the point of falling down. And soon, O king, at the command of the king of the gods, there came a person whose business it was to hurl down those whose merits were exhausted. And coming there, he said unto Yayati, extremely intoxicated with pride, there is none whom thou hast not disregarded. In consequence of this thy pride, heaven is no longer for thee. Thou deservest not a residence here, O son of a king. Thou art not recognized here, go and fall down. Even thus the celestial messenger spoke unto him. Nahusha's son then said, repeating the words 3 times, if fall I must, let me fall amongst the righteous. And saying this, that foremost of persons that had won high regions by their acts, began to think of the particular region whereon he should fall. Beholding meanwhile 4 mighty kings, viz., Pratadana, Vasamanas, Sivi, the son of Usanara, and Ashtaka, assembled together in the woods of Nimisha, the king fell amongst them. And those monarchs were then engaged in gratifying the Lord of the Celestials by performance of the sacrifice known by the name of Vajapaya. And the smoke arising from their sacrificial altar reached the very gates of heaven. And the smoke that rose thus looked like a river connecting both the earth and the heaven. And it resembled the sacred stream Ganga while descending from heaven to earth. And smelling that smoke and guiding his course by it, Yayati, the Lord of the universe, descended on the earth. And the king thus fell amongst those 4 lions among rulers, who were all endued with great beauty, who were foremost of all the performers of sacrifices, who were, indeed, his own relatives, and who resembled the 4 regents of the 4 quarters, and looked like 4 mighty sacrificial fires. And thus, in consequence of the exhaustion of his merits, the royal sage Yayati fell amongst them. And beholding him blazing with beauty, those kings asked him, saying, who art thou? Of what race, country, or city art thou? Art thou a Yiksha, or a god, a Gandharv, or a Rakshasa? Thou dost not seem to be a human being. What object hast thou in view? Thus questioned, Yayati answered, I am the royal sage Yayati. Fallen am I from heaven in consequence of the expiration of my virtue. Having desired to fall amongst the righteous, I have fallen amongst you. The kings then said, O foremost of persons, may that wish of thine be realized. Accept thou our virtues and the fruits of all our sacrifices. Yayati replied, saying, I am not a Brahmana competent to accept a gift. On the other hand, I am a Kshatriya. Nor is my heart inclined towards lessening the virtues of others. Narada continued, about this time, Madhavi, in course of her purposeless wanderings, came there. Beholding her, those monarchs saluted her and said, what object hast thou in coming here? What command of thine shall we obey? Thou deservest to command us, for all of us are thy sons, O thou that art endued with wealth of asceticism. Hearing these words of theirs, Madhavi was filled with delight, and approaching then her father, she reverentially saluted Yayati. And touching the heads of all her sons, that lady engaged in ascetic austerities said to her father, being my sons, these all are thy daughter's sons, O King of kings. They are not strangers to thee. These will save thee. The practice is not new, its origin extends to antiquity. I am thy daughter Madhavi, O king, living in the woods after the manner of the deer. I also have earned virtue. Take thou a moiety. And because, O king, all men have a right to enjoy a portion of the merits earned by their offspring, it is for this that they desire to have daughters sons. Even this was the case with thyself, O king, when thou madest me over to Galava. At these words of their mother, those monarchs saluted her, and bowing down unto also their maternal grandsire, repeated those very words in a loud, incomparable, and sweet voice, and making, as it were, the whole earth resounded therewith, in order to rescue that maternal grandsire of theirs who had fallen down from heaven. And at that time Galava also came there, and addressing Yayati, said, accepting an eighth part of my ascetic austerities, ascend thou to heaven again. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 122. Narada said, as soon as that bull among men, King Yayati, was recognized by those virtuous persons, he rose again to heaven, without having had to touch the surface of the earth. And he regained his celestial form and had all his anxieties entirely dispelled. And he rose again, decked with celestial garlands and robes, adorned with celestial ornaments, sprinkled with celestial scents, and furnished with heavenly attributes, and without having been compelled to touch the earth with his feet. Meanwhile, Vyasa, who was celebrated in the world for his liberality, first addressing the king, uttered these words in a loud voice, the merit that I have won on earth by my unblameable conduct towards men of all orders, I give unto thee. Be it all thine, O king. The merit that one winneth by liberality and forgiveness, the merit that is mine in consequence of the sacrifices I have performed, let all that also be thine. After this, Pratadana, that bull among Kshatriyas, said, ever devoted to virtue as also to war, the fame that hath here been mine as a Kshatriya, in consequence of the appellation of hero, by which I am known, be that merit thine. After this, Sivi, the intelligent son of Usanara, said these sweet words, unto children and women in jest, danger, or calamity, in distress, or at dice, I have never spoken a falsehood. By that truth which I never sacrificed to send thou to heaven. I can, O king, give up all objects of desire and enjoyment, my kingdom, yea, life itself, but truth I cannot give up. By that truth, ascend thou to heaven, that truth for which dharma, that truth for which Agni, that truth for which he of 100 sacrifices, have each been gratified with me, by that truth ascend thou to heaven. And lastly, the royal sage Ashtaka, the offspring of Kusika's son and Madhavi, addressing Nahusha's son Yayati, who had performed many hundreds of sacrifices, said, I have, O Lord, performed hundreds of Pundarika, Gosava, and Vajapaya sacrifices. Take thou the merit of these. Wealth, gems, robes, I have spared nothing for the performance of sacrifices. By that truth ascend thou to heaven. And that king thereupon leaving the earth, began to ascend towards heaven, higher and higher, as those daughters sons of his, one after another, said those words unto him. And it was thus that those kings by their good acts, speedily saved Yayati, who had been hurled from heaven. It was thus that those daughters' sons born in 4 royal lines, those multipliers of their races, by means of their virtues, sacrifices, and gifts, caused their wise maternal grandfather to ascend again to heaven. And those monarchs jointly said, endued with the attributes of royalty and possessed of every virtue, we are, O king, thy daughters' sons. By virtue of our good deeds, ascend thou to heaven. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 123. Narada said, sent back to heaven by those righteous kings, distinguished by the liberality of their sacrificial presents, Yayati possessed of daughters' sons, dismissed them and reached the celestial regions. attaining to the eternal region obtained through the merit of his daughter's sons, and adorned by his own deeds, Yayati, bathed in shower of fragrant flowers and hugged by perfumed and delicious breezes, blazed forth with great beauty. And cheerfully, received back into heaven with sounds of cymbals, he was entertained with songs and dances by various tribes of Gandharvas and Asuras. And diverse celestial and royal rishis and charanas began to pay their adorations to him. And deities worshipped him with an excellent aragya and delighted him with other honors. And after he had thus regained heaven and tranquility of heart, and had once more become freed from anxiety, the grandsire, gratifying him by his words, said, "Thou hadst earned the full measure of virtue by thy earthly deeds, and this region that thou hadst won is eternal, as thy deeds are in heaven. Thou hadst, however, O royal sage, destroyed thy acquisition by thy vanity alone, and thereby covered the hearts of all the denizens of heaven with darkness, in consequence of which none of them could recognize thee. And since thou couldst not be recognized, thou wert hurled hence. Saved once more by the love and affection of thy daughter's sons, thou hast once more arrived here, and regained this unchangeable, eternal, sacred, excellent, stable, and indestructible region won before by thy own deeds." Thus addressed, Yayati said, "O Holy One, I have a doubt, which it behoveth thee to dispel. O grandsire of all the worlds, it behoveth me not to ask any one else. Great was my merit, augmented by a virtuous rule over my subjects for many thousands of years, and won by innumerable sacrifices and gifts. How could merit, so great, be exhausted so soon, in consequence of which I was hurled hence? Thou knowest, O Holy One, that the regions created for me were all eternal. Why were all those regions of mine destroyed, O thou of great effulgence?" The grandsire answered, saying, "Thy merit, augmented by a virtuous rule over thy subjects for many thousands of years, and won by innumerable sacrifices and gifts, was exhausted by only one fault, in consequence of which thou wert hurled from this region. That fault, O King of Kings, was thy vanity, for which thou hadst become an object of contempt with all the residents of heaven. O royal sage, this region can never be rendered eternal by vanity, or pride of strength, or malice, or deceitfulness, or deception. Never disregard those that are inferior, or superior, or in the middle station. There is not a greater sinner than he who is consumed by the fire of vanity. Those men that will converse upon this fall and reascension of thine will, without doubt, be protected even if overtaken by calamity." Narada continued, "O monarch, even such was the distress into which Yayati fell in consequence of vanity, and such was the distress into which Galava fell owing to his obstinacy. They that desire their own good should listen to friends that wish them well. Obstinacy should never be entertained, for obstinacy is always the root of ruin. For this reason, O son of Gandhari, forsake vanity and wrath, O hero, make peace with the sons of Pandu. Avoid anger, O king, that which is given away, that which is done, the austerities that are practiced, the libations that are poured on fire, nor one of these is ever destroyed or suffereth any diminution. None else, again, enjoyeth the fruits of these save he that is their agent. He that succeedeth in understanding this truly superior and excellent history, that is approved by persons of great learning as well as by those that are freed from anger and lust, and that is enforced by various references to scriptures and reason, obtaineth a knowledge of virtue and profit and desire, and enjoyeth the sovereignty of the whole world." Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 124. Dhritarashtra said, "O Holy One, it is even so as thou, O Narada, sayest. My wish also is precisely such, but, O Holy One, I have no power to carry them out." Vaisampayana continued, "The Kuru king, having said these words unto Narada, then addressed Krishna and said, Thou hast, O Kesava, told me that which leadeth to heaven, what is beneficial to the world, consistent with virtue, and fraught with reason. I am not, however, O sire, independent. Duryodhana never doth what is agreeable to me. Do thou, therefore, O mighty armed Krishna, O best of persons, strive to persuade that foolish and wicked son of mine, who disobeyeth my commands. O mighty armed one, he never listeneth to the beneficial words, O Hrishikesa, of Gandhari, or of wise Vidura, or of other friends headed by Bhishma, all of whom seek his good. Do thou, therefore, thyself counsel that crooked, senseless, and wicked-souled prince, of evil disposition and sinful heart. By doing this, O Janardana, thou shalt have done that noble act which a friend should ever do. Thus addressed, he of Vrishni's race, conversant with the truths of virtue and profit, approached nearer to the ever-wrathful Duryodhana and said unto him these sweet words, O Duryodhana, O best of the Kurus, listen to these words of mine, uttered especially for thy good, as also, O Bharata, for that of thy followers. Thou art born in a race that is distinguished for its great wisdom. It behoveth thee to act righteously as I indicate. Possessed of learning and endued with excellent behavior, thou art adorned with every excellent quality. They that are born in ignoble families, or are wicked-souled, cruel, and shameless, they only, O sire, act in the way that seemeth acceptable to thee. In this world, the inclinations of those only that are righteous seem to be consistent with the dictates of virtue and profit. The inclinations, however, of those that are unrighteous seem to be perverse. O bull of Bharata's race, the disposition that thou art repeatedly manifesting is of that perverse kind. Persistence in such behavior is sinful, frightful, highly wicked, and capable of leading to death itself. It is besides causeless, while, again, thou canst not, O Bharata, adhere to it long. If by avoiding this which is productive only of woe, thou wilt achieve thy own good, if, O chastiser of foes, thou wilt escape from the sinful and disreputable deeds of thy brothers, followers, and counselors, then, O tiger among men, make peace, O bull among the Bharatas, with the sons of Pandu, who are all endued with great wisdom and great bravery, with great exertion and great learning, and all of whom have their souls under complete control. Such conduct will be agreeable to and conducive to the happiness of Dhritarashtra, who is endued with great wisdom, of grandsire, Bhishma, Drona, the high-souled Kripa, Somadatta, wise Valaka, Aswathaman, Vikarna, Sanjaya, Vivangsati, and of many of thy kinsmen, O chastiser of foes, and many of thy friends also. The whole world, O sire, will derive benefit from that peace. Thou art endued with modesty, born in a noble race, hast learning and kindness of heart. Be obedient, O sire, to the commands of thy father, and also of thy mother, O bull of Bharata's race. They that are good sons always regard that to be beneficial which their fathers command. Indeed, when overtaken by calamity, every one recollects the injunctions of his father. Peace with the Pandavas, O sire, recommend itself to thy father. Let it, therefore, O chief of the Kurus, recommend itself to thee also with thy counselors. That mortal who, having listened to the counsels of friends, doth not act according to them, is consumed at the end by the consequences of his disregard, like him who swalloweth the fruit called kimpaka. He that from folly doth not accept beneficial counsels, unnerved by procrastination and unable to attain his object, is obliged to repent at last. He, on the other hand, who having listened to beneficial counsels accepteth them at once, abandoning his opinion, always winneth happiness in the world. He that rejects the words of well-meaning friends, regarding those words as opposed to his interest, but accepts words that are really so opposed, is soon subjugated by his foes. Disregarding the opinions of the righteous, he that abideth by the opinions of the wicked soon mocketh his friends weep for him in consequence of his being plunged into distress. Forsaking superior counselors, he that seeketh the advice of inferior ones soon falleth into great distress and succeedeth not in saving himself. That companion of the sinful, who behaveth falsely and never listeneth to good friends, who honoreth strangers but hateth those that are his own, is soon, O Bharata, cast off by the earth. O bull of Bharata's race, having quarreled with those, the sons of Pandu, thou seekest protection from others, viz., those that are sinful, incapable, and foolish. What other man is there on earth besides thee, who, disregarding kinsmen, that are almighty charioteers, and each of whom resembleth Sakra himself, would seek protection and aid from strangers? Thou hast persecuted the sons of Kunti from their very birth. They have not been angry with thee, for the sons of Pandu are indeed virtuous. Although thou hast behaved deceitfully towards the Pandavas from their very birth, yet, O mighty armed one, those distinguished persons have acted generously towards thee. It behoveth thee, therefore, O bull of Bharata's race, to act towards those principal kinsmen of thine with equal generosity. Do not yield thyself to the influence of wrath. O bull of Bharata's race, the exertions of the wise are always associated with virtue, profit, and desire. If, indeed, all these three cannot be attained, men follow at least virtue and profit. If, again, these three are pursued separately, it is seen that they that have their hearts under control choose virtue, they that are neither good nor bad but occupy a middle station choose profit, which is always the subject of dispute, while they that are fools choose the gratification of desire. The fool that from temptation giveth up virtue and pursueth profit and desire by unrighteous means is soon destroyed by his senses. He that speaketh profit and desire should yet practice virtue at the outset, for neither profit nor desire is, really, dissociated from virtue. O king, it hath been said that virtue alone is the cause of the three, for he that seeketh the three may, by the aid of virtue alone, grow like fire when brought into contact with a heap of dry grass. O bull of Bharata's race, thou seeketh, O sire, by unrighteous means this extensive empire, flourishing with prosperity and well known to all the monarchs of the earth. O king, he that behaveth falsely towards those that live and conduct themselves righteously certainly cutteth down his own self, like a forest with an axe. One must not seek to confound his understanding whose overthrow one doth not like, for, if one's understanding is confounded, one can never devote his attention to what is beneficial. One that hath his soul under control never, O Bharata, disregardeth anybody in the three worlds, no, not even the commonest creature, far less those bulls among men, the sons of Pandu. He that surrendereth himself to the influence of anger loseth his sense of right and wrong. Rank growth must always be cut off. Behold, O Bharata, this is the proof. At present, O sire, union with the sons of Pandu is better for thee than thy union with the wicked. If thou makest peace with them, thou mayst obtain the fruition of all thy wishes. O best of kings, while enjoying the kingdom that has been founded by the Pandavas, thou seekest protection from others, disregarding the Pandavas themselves. Reposing the cares of thy state on Dusasana, Dirvisa, Karna, and Suvala's son, thou desirest the continuance of thy prosperity, O Bharata. These, however, are far inferior to the Pandavas in knowledge, in virtue, in capacity for acquiring wealth, and in prowess. Indeed, O Bharata, let alone the four I have mentioned, all these kings together, with thee at their head, are incapable of even looking at the face of Bhima, when angry, on the field of battle. O sire, this force consisting of all the kings of the earth is, indeed, at thy elbow. There are also Bhishma, and Drona, and Viskarna, and Kripa, and Burasrava, and Somadatta, and Aswathaman, and Jayadratha. All these together are incapable of fighting against Dhananjaya. Indeed, Arjuna is incapable of being vanquished in battle even by all the gods, asuras, men, and Gandharvas. Do not set thy heart for battle. Sayest thou the man in any of the royal races of the earth, who having encountered Arjuna in battle can return home safe and sound? O bull of Bharata's race, what advantage is there in a universal slaughter? Show me a single man who will defeat that Arjuna, by defeating whom alone victory may be thine. Who will encounter that son of Pandu in battle, who had vanquished all the celestials with the Gandharvas, Yakshas, and Panagas at Kandavaprastha? Then also the marvelous account that is heard of what happened at Virata's city, touching that encounter between one and many, is sufficient proof of this. Hopest thou to vanquish in battle Arjuna, who when excited with rage is invincible, irresistible, ever victorious, and undeteriorating Arjuna, that hero, who gratified the god of gods, Shiva himself in fight? With myself again as his second, when that son of Pritha will rush to the field of battle against an enemy, who is there that is competent to challenge him then? Can Purandara himself do so? He that would vanquish Arjuna in battle would support the earth on his arms, consume in rage the whole population of the earth, and hurl the very gods from heaven. Look at thy sons, thy brothers, kinsmen, and other relatives. Let not these chiefs of Bharata's race all perish on thy account. Let not the race of Kauravas be exterminated or reduced. O king, let not people say that thou art the exterminator of thy race and the destroyer of its achievements. Those mighty Kar warriors, the Pandavas, if peace be made, will install thee as the Yuvaraja, and thy father Dhritarashtra, that lord of men, as the sovereign of this extensive empire. Do not, O sire, disregard the prosperity that is awaiting thee and is sure to come. Giving to the sons of Pritha half the kingdom, win thou great prosperity. Making peace with the Pandavas and acting according to the counsels of thy friends, and rejoicing with them, thou art sure to obtain what is for thy good forever and ever. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 125. Vaisampayana said, hearing, O bull of Bharata's race, these words of Kesva, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, then said unto vindictive Duryodhana, Krishna hath spoken to thee, desirous of bringing about peace between kinsmen. O sire, follow those counsels, and do not yield to the influence of wrath. If thou dost not act, O sire, according to the words of the high-souled Kesva, neither prosperity, nor happiness, nor what is for thy good, wilt thou ever have. The mighty-armed Kesva, O sire, hath said unto thee what is consistent with virtue and profit. Accept thou that object, and do not, O king, exterminate the population of the earth. This resplendent prosperity of the Bharatas amongst all the kings of the earth, thou wilt, during the very life of Dhritarashtra, destroy through thy wickedness, and thou wilt also, through this arrogant disposition of thine, deprive thyself with all thy counselors, sons, brothers, and kinsmen, of life, if, O thou foremost of Bharata's race, thou transgressest the words of Kesva, thy father, and of wise Vidura, words that are consistent with truth and fraught with benefit to thyself. Be not the exterminator of thy race, be not a wicked man, let not thy heart be sinful, do not tread the path of unrighteousness. Do not sink thy father and mother into an ocean of grief. After Bhishma had concluded, Drona also said these words unto Duryodhana, who, filled with wrath, was then breathing heavily, O sire, the words that Kesva hath spoken unto thee are fraught with virtue and profit. Santanu's son Bhishma also hath said the same. Accept those words, O monarch. Both of them are wise, endued with great intelligence, with souls under control, desirous of doing what is for thy good, and possessed of great learning. They have said what is beneficial. Accept their words, O king, O thou possessed of great wisdom, act according to what both Krishna and Bhishma have said. O chastiser of foes, do not, from delusion of understanding, disregard Madhava. They that are always encouraging thee are unable to give thee victory. During the time of battle they will throw the burden of hostility on others' necks. Do not slaughter the earth's population. Do not slay thy sons and brothers. Know that host is invincible, in the midst of which are Vasudeva and Arjuna. If, O Bharata, thou dost not accept the truthful words of thy friends, Krishna and Bhishma, then, O sire, thou wilt surely have to repent. Arjuna is even greater than what Jamadagni's son hath described him to be. As regards Krishna, the son of Devki, he is incapable of being resisted by even the gods. O bull of Bharata's race, what use is there in telling thee what is really conducive to thy happiness and good? Everything hath now been said unto thee. Do what thou wishest. I do not wish to say anything more unto thee, O foremost of Bharata's race. Vaisampayana continued, after Drona had ceased, Vidura also, otherwise called Kshatri, casting his eyes on Duryodhana, said unto that vindictive son of Dhritarashtra, O Duryodhana, O bull of Bharata's race, I do not grieve for thee. I grieve, however, for this old couple, viz., Gandhari and thy father. Having thee, of wicked soul, for their protector, of whom they will shortly be deprived, they will have to wander with anybody to look after them, and deprived also of friends and counselors, like a pair of birds shorn of their wings. Having begotten such a wicked son, who is the exterminator of his race, alas, these two will have to wander over the earth in sorrow, subsisting on alms. After this, King Dhritarashtra, addressing Duryodhana, seated in the midst of his brothers and surrounded by all the kings, said, Listen, O Duryodhana, to what the high-souled Sauri hath said. Accept those words which are eternal, highly beneficial, and conducive to what is for thy highest good. With the aid of this Krishna of faultless deeds, we amongst all the kings are sure to have all our cherished objects. Firmly united by Kesava, be reconciled, O sire, with Yudhishthira. Seek thou this great good of the Bharatas like unto an august ceremony of propitiation. Through Vasudeva's agency, bind thyself closely with the Pandavas. I think the time for that is come. Do not let the opportunity pass away. If, however, thou disregardest Kesava, who from a desire of achieving what is for good, is soliciting thee to make peace, then victory will never be thine. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 126. Vaisampayana said, hearing these words of Dhritarashtra, both Bhishma and Drona, who sympathized with the old king, again addressed disobedient Duryodhana and said, As yet the two Krishnas are not accoutred in mail, as yet Gandiva resteth inactive, as yet Daumya doth not consume the enemy's strength by pouring libations on the warfire, as yet that mighty bowman Yudhishthira, having modesty for his ornament, doth not cast angry glances on thy troops, so let hostility cease. As yet that mighty bowman, Bhimasena, the son of Pritha, is not seen stationed in the midst of his division, so let hostility cease. As yet Bhimasena doth not, mace in band, stalk on the field of battle, grinding, hostile, divisions, so let peace be made with the Pandavas. As yet Bhima doth not, with his hero-slaying mace, make the heads of warriors fighting from the backs of elephants roll on the field of battle, like the palmyra fruits in the season of their ripening, so let hostility cease. As yet Nakula, and Sadeva, Drishtadyumna of Prashada's race, and Virata, and Sikandin, and Sisupal's son, accoutred in mail and all well-versed in arms, do not penetrate thy ranks, like huge crocodiles penetrating the deep, and pour their arrowy showers, so let hostility cease. As yet fierce winged shafts do not fall upon the delicate bodies of the assembled kings, so let hostility cease. As yet fierce weapons made of iron and steel, shot unerringly by mighty bowmen well skilled in arms, endued with lightness of hand and capable of hitting howsoever long distance, do not penetrate the breasts of warriors, smeared with sandal and other fragrant unguents, and adorned with golden garlands and gems, so let hostility cease. Let that elephant among kings, Yudhishthira the just, receive thee with an embrace while thou salutest him bending thy head. O bull of Bharata's race, let that king, distinguished for the liberality of his sacrificial presence, place on thy shoulder that right arm of his, the palm of which beareth the marks of the banner and the hook. Let him, with hands begemmed and red, adorned with fingers, pat thy back while thou art seated. Let the mighty armed Vrkodara, with shoulder broad as those of the Sala tree, embrace thee, O bull of Bharata's race, and gently converse with thee for peace. And, O king, saluted with reverence by those three, viz., Arjuna and the twins, smell thou their heads and converse with them affectionately. And beholding thee united with thy heroic brothers the sons of Pandu, let all these monarchs shed tears of joy. Let the tidings of this cordial union be proclaimed in the cities of all the kings. Let the earth be ruled by thee with feelings of brotherly affection in thy bosom, and let thy heart be freed from the fever of jealousy and wrath. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 127. Vyasa said, hearing in that assembly of the Kurus these words that were disagreeable to him, Duryodhana replied unto the mighty armed Kesva of great fame, saying, It behoveth thee, O Kesva, to speak after reflecting on all circumstances. Indeed, uttering such harsh words, thou, without any reason, findest fault with me alone, addressed regardfully as thou always art by the sons of Pritha, O slayer of Madhu. But dost thou censure me, having surveyed the strength and weakness of both sides? Indeed, thyself and Kshatri, the king, the preceptor, and the grandsire, all reproach me alone and not any other monarch. I, however, do not find the least fault in myself. Yet all of you, including the old king himself, hate me. O repressor of foes, I do not, even after reflection, behold any grave fault in me, or even, O Kesva, any fault however minute. In the game at dice, O slayer of Madhu, that was joyfully accepted by them, the Pandavas were vanquished and their kingdom was won by Sakuni. What blame can be mine as regards that? On the other hand, O slayer of Madhu, the wealth that was won from the Pandavas then was ordered by me to be returned unto them. It cannot, again, O foremost of victors, be any fault of ours that the invincible Pandavas were defeated once again at dice and had to go to the woods. Imputing what fault to us, do they regard us as their enemies? And, O Krishna, though really weak, why do the Pandavas yet so cheerfully seek a quarrel with us, as if they were strong? What have we done to them? For what injury, done to them, do the sons of Pandu, along with the Srinjayas, seek to slaughter the sons of Dhritarashtra? We shall not, in consequence of any fierce deed, or alarming word of theirs, bow down to them in fear, deprived of our senses. We cannot bow down to Indra himself, let alone the sons of Pandu. I do not, O Krishna, see the man, observant of Kshatriya virtues, who can, O slayer of foes, venture to conquer us in battle. Let alone the Pandavas, O slayer of Madhu, the very gods are not competent to vanquish Bhishma, Kripa, Drona, and Karna in battle. If, O Madhava, we are, in the observance of the practices of our order, cut off with weapons in battle, when our end comes, even that will lead us to heaven. Even this, O Janardana, is our highest duty as Kshatriyas, viz., that we should lay ourselves down on the field of battle on a bed of arrows. If, without bowing to our enemies, ours be the bed of arrows and battle, that, O Madhava, will never grieve us. Who is there, born in a noble race and conforming to Kshatriya practices, that would from fear bow to an enemy, desirous only of saving his life? Those Kshatriyas that desire their own good accept regardfully this saying of Mathinga, viz., that, as regards a Kshatriya, one should always keep himself erect, and never bow down, for exertion alone is manliness. One should rather break at the knots than bend. A person like me should only bow down to the Brahmanas for the sake of piety, without regarding anybody else. As regards persons other than Brahmanas, one should, as long as one lives, act according to Mathinga's saying. Even this is the duty of Kshatriyas, even this is ever my opinion. That share in the kingdom which was formerly given them by my fathers shall never again, O Kesva, be obtainable by them as long as I live. As long, O Janardana, as King Dhritarashtra liveth, both ourselves and they, sheathing our weapons, O Madhava, should live in dependence on him. Given away formerly from ignorance or fear, when I was a child and dependent on others, the kingdom, O Janardana, incapable of being given away again, shall not, O delighter of Vrishni's race, be obtainable by the Pandavas. At present, O Kesva of mighty arms, as long as I live, even that much of our land which may be covered by the point of a sharp needle shall not, O Madhava, be given by us unto the Pandavas. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 128. Vyasa said, reflecting, for a moment, with eyes red in anger, he, of Dasara's race, addressing Duryodhana in that assembly of the Kurus, then said these words, Wishest thou for a bed of heroes? Verily, thou shalt have it, with thy counsellors. Wait, for a short while, a great slaughter will ensue. Thou thinkest, O thou of little understanding, that thou hast committed no offense against the Pandavas? Let the assembled monarchs judge. Grieved at the prosperity of the high-souled Pandavas, thou conspirest, O Bharata, with Suvala's son about the gambling match. O sire, how could those virtuous, honest, and superior kinsmen of thine, otherwise, engage in such a wicked act with the deceitful Sakuni? O thou that art endued with great wisdom, gambling robs even the good of their understanding, and as regards the wicked, disunion and dire consequence spring from it. It was thou who hadst devised with thy wicked counselors that terrible source of calamity in the form of the gambling match, without consulting with persons of righteous behavior. Who else is there, capable of insulting a brother's wife in the way thou didst, or of dragging her into the assembly and addressing her in language thou hadst used towards Draupadi? Of noble parentage, and endued with excellent behavior, and dearer to them than their very lives, the queen consort of Pandu's sons was treated even thus by thee. All the Kauravas know what words were addressed in their assembly by Dasasana unto those chastisers of foes, the sons of Kunti, when they were about to set out for the woods. Who is there capable of behaving so wretchedly towards his own honest kinsmen, that are ever engaged in the practice of virtue, that are untainted by avarice, and that are always correct in their behavior? Language such as becomes only those that are heartless and despicable was frequently repeated by Karna and Dasasana, and also by thee. Thou hadst taken great pains to burn to death, at Varanavada, the sons of Pandu with their mother, while they were children, although that effort of thine was not crowned with success. After this, the Pandavas with their mother were obliged to live for a long while, concealed in the town of Ekachakra in the abode of a Brahmana. With poison, with snakes and cords, thou hadst, by every means, sought the destruction of the Pandavas, although none of thy designs was successful. With such feelings, when thou hadst always acted towards them so deceitfully, how canst thou say that thou hast not offended against the high-souled Pandavas? Thou art not, O sinful man, willing to give them their paternal share in the kingdom, although they are begging it of thee. Thou shalt have to give it them, this, when divested of prosperity, thou shalt be laid low. Having, like a heartless fellow, done innumerable wrongs to the Pandavas and behaved so deceitfully towards them, thou seekest now to appear in a different garb. Though repeatedly solicited by thy parents, by Bhishma, Drona, and Vidura, to make peace, thou dost not yet, O king, make peace. Great is the advantage in peace, O king, both to thyself and Yudhishthira. Peace, however, does not recommend itself to thee. To what else can it be due, but to thy loss of understanding? Transgressing the words of thy friends, thou canst never attain to what is for thy benefit. Sinful and disreputable is that act, which thou, O king, art about to do. Vyasa continued, while he, of Dasara's race, was saying this, Dussasana addressed vindictive Duryodhana and said unto him these words in the midst of the Kurus, If, O king, thou dost not willingly make peace with the Pandavas, verily the Kauravas will bind thee, hand and foot, and make over thee to the son of Kunti. Bhishma, and Drona, and thy own father, O bull amongst men, will make over us three, viz., Vikartana's son, thyself, and myself, to the Pandavas. Vyasa continued, hearing these words of his brother, Dhritarashtra's son, wicked, shameless, disobedient, disrespectful, and vain Suddhodana, breathing heavily like a great snake, rose up from his seat in anger, and disregarding Vidura, and Dhritarashtra, and the great king Valaka, and Kripa, and Somadatta, and Bhishma, and Drona, and Janardana, in fact, all of them, went out of the court, and beholding that bull among men leave the court, his brother and all his counselors, and all the kings, followed him. And seeing Duryodhana rise and leave the court in anger with his brothers, Santanu's son, Bhishma said, The enemies of that person, who, abandoning both virtue and profit, followeth the impulses of wrath, rejoice on beholding him plunged into distress at no distant date. This wicked son of Dhritarashtra, this one unacquainted with the true means of accomplishing his objects, this fool that is wrongly vain of his sovereignty, obeyeth only the dictates of wrath and avarice. I see also, O Janardana, that the hour of all those Kshatriyas is arrived, for all those kings, from delusion, have with their counselors followed Duryodhana. Hearing these words of Bhishma, the lotus-eyed hero of Dasara's race, possessed of great powers, addressing all those that were still there, headed by Bhishma and Drona, said, Even this is great transgression, of which all the elders of the Kuru race are becoming guilty, for they do not forcibly seize and bind this wicked king in the enjoyment of sovereignty. Ye chastiser of foes, I think the time hath come for doing this. If this is done, it may still be productive of good. Listen to me, ye sinless ones. The words I will speak will soon lead to beneficial results, if, indeed, ye Bharatas, ye accept what I say in consequence of its recommending itself to you. The wicked son, of ill-regulated soul, of the old Bhoja king, having usurped his father's sovereignty during the latter's lifetime, subjected himself to death. Indeed, Kansa, the son of Ugrasena, abandoned by his relatives, was slain by me in a great encounter, from desire of benefiting my kinsmen. Ourselves with our kinsmen then, having paid due honors to Ugrasena, the son of Ahuka, installed that extender of Bhoja's kingdom on the throne. And all the Yadavas and Andhakas and the Vrishnis, abandoning a single person, viz., Kansa for the sake of their whole race, have prospered and obtained happiness. O king, when the gods and asuras were arrayed for battle and weapons were appraised for striking, the lord of all creatures, Parameshan, said thus, something which applies to the case at hand. Indeed, O Bharata, when the population of the worlds was divided into two parties and was about to be slaughtered, the divine and holy cause of the universe, viz., the Creator, said, the Asuras and the Daityas with the Danavas will be vanquished, and the Adityas, the Vasus, the Rudras, and other dwellers of heaven will be victorious. Indeed, the gods, and Asuras, and human beings, and Gandharvas, and snakes, and Rakshasas will enraged slaughter one another in this battle. Thinking so, the Lord of all creatures, Parameshan, commanded Dharma, saying, binding fast, the Daityas and the Danavas, make them over to Varuna. Thus addressed, Dharma, at the command of Parameshan, binding the Daityas and the Danavas, made them over to Varuna. And Varuna, the Lord of the waters, having bound those Danavas with Dharma's noose, as also with his own, keepeth them within the depths of the ocean, always guarding them carefully. Binding in the same way Duryodhana and Karna and Sakuni, the son of Suvala, and Dusasana, make them over to the Pandavas. For the sake of a family, an individual may be sacrificed. For a village, a family may be sacrificed. For the sake of a province, a village may be sacrificed. And lastly, for the sake of oneself, the whole earth may be sacrificed. O monarch, binding Duryodhana fast, make peace with the Pandavas. O bull among Kshatriyas, let not the whole Kshatriya race be slaughtered on thy account. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 129. Vyasa said, hearing these words of Krishna, King Dhritarashtra lost no time in addressing Vidura, who was conversant with all dictates of virtue. And the king said, Go, O child, unto Gandhari, possessed of great wisdom and foresight, and bring her hither. With her I will solicit this wicked-hearted son of mine. If she can pacify this wicked wretch of evil heart, we may yet be able to act according to the words of our friend Krishna. It may be that speaking words in recommendation of peace, she may yet succeed in pointing out the right path to this fool, afflicted by avarice and having wicked allies. If she can dispel this great and dreadful calamity about to be occasioned by Duryodhana, it will then conduce to the attainment and preservation of happiness and peace for ever and ever. Hearing these words of the king, Vidura, at Dhritarashtra's command, brought thither Gandhari, possessed of great foresight. And Dhritarashtra then addressed Gandhari and said, Behold, O Gandhari, this thy son of wicked soul, transgressing all my commands, is about to sacrifice both sovereignty and life in consequence of his lust for sovereignty. Of wicked soul and little understanding, he hath, like one of uncultivated mind, left the court, with his sinful counselors, disregarding his superiors and setting at naught the words of his well-wishers. Vyasa said, hearing these words of her husband, that princess of great fame, Gandhari, desirous of what was highly beneficial, said these words, Bring hither, without loss of time, that kingdom coveting, sick son of mine. He that is of uncultivated heart and sacrificeth both virtue and profit doth not deserve to govern a kingdom. For all that, however, Duryodhana, who is destitute of humility, hath, by every means, obtained a kingdom. Indeed, O Dhritarashtra, thou so fond of thy son, art very much to be blamed for this, for knowing well his sinfulness, thou followest yet his counsel. That son of thine, completely possessed by lust and wrath, is now the slave of delusion, and is, therefore, incapable, O king, of being now forcibly turned back by thee. Thou art now reaping the fruit, O Dhritarashtra, of having made over the kingdom to an ignorant fool of wicked soul, possessed by avarice and having wicked counselors. Why is the king indifferent, today, to that disunion which is about to take place between persons related so closely? Indeed, beholding thee disunited with those that are thy own, thy enemies will laugh at thee. Who is there that would use force for getting over that calamity, O king, which can be overcome by conciliation and gift? Vyasa continued, Kshatri then, and at Dhritarashtra's command, and of his mother's also, once more caused vindictive Duryodhana to enter the court. Expectant of his mother's words, the prince re-entered the court, with eyes red as copper from wrath, and breathing heavily as a snake. And beholding her son, who was treading in a wrong path, enter the court, Gandhari rebuked him severely and said these words for bringing about peace. Gandhari said, O Duryodhana, attend, O dear son, to these words of mine that are beneficial to thee as also to all thy followers, words that thou art competent to obey and that will conduce to thy happiness. O Duryodhana, obey thou the words of thy well-wishers, those words, viz., which that best of the Bharatas thy father and Bhishma, and Drona, and Kripa, and Kshatri have spoken. If thou makest peace, thou wouldst by that render homage to Bhishma, to thy father, to me, and to all thy well-wishers with Drona at their head. O thou of great wisdom, nobody, O best of the Bharatas, succeedeth by his own desire alone in acquiring and keeping or enjoying a kingdom. One that hath not his senses under control cannot enjoy sovereignty for any length of time. He that hath his soul under control and is endued with great intelligence can rule a kingdom. Lust and wrath wean away a man from his possessions and enjoyments. Conquering these foes first, a king bringeth the earth under his subjection. Sovereignty over men is a great thing. Those that are of wicked souls may easily desire to win a kingdom, but they are not competent to retain a kingdom when won. He that desireth to obtain extensive empire must bind his senses to both profit and virtue, for if the senses are restrained, intelligence increaseth, like fire that increaseth when fed with fuel. If not controlled, these can even slay their possessor, like unbroken and furious horses, capable of killing an unskillful driver. One that seeketh to conquer his counselors without conquering his own self, and to conquer foes without conquering his counselors, is soon vanquished himself and is ruined. He who conquereth his own self first, taking it for a foe, will not seek in vain to conquer his counselors and enemies afterwards. Prosperity worshipeth greatly that person who hath conquered his senses and his counselors, who inflicteth punishments on transgressors, who acteth after deliberation, and who is possessed of wisdom. Lust and wrath that dwell in the body are deprived of their strength by wisdom, like a couple of fishes ensnared in a net with close holes. Those two in consequence of which the gods shut the gates of heaven against one, who freed from worldly propensities is desirous of going thither, are excited by lust and wrath. That king who knoweth well how to conquer lust and wrath and avarice and boastfulness and pride can own the sovereignty of the whole earth. That king who is desirous of gaining wealth and virtue and vanquishing his enemies should always be engaged in controlling his passions. Influenced by lust, or from wrath, he that behaveth deceitfully towards his own kinsmen or others can never win many allies. Uniting thyself with those chastisers of foes, the heroic sons of Pandavu are all endued with great wisdom, thou canst, O son, enjoy the earth in happiness. What Bhishma, the son of Santanu, and that mighty car warrior, Drona, have told thee is, O son, quite true. Krishna and Dhananjaya are invincible. Seek thou, therefore, the protection of this mighty armed one, this one that is not worried by exertion, for if Kesva becometh gracious, both sides will be happy. That man, who is not obedient to the wishes of wise and learned friends, always seeking his prosperity, only gladdeneth his enemies. O son, there is no good in battle, no virtue, no profit. How can it bring happiness then? Even victory is not always certain. Do not set thy heart, therefore, on battle. O thou of great wisdom, Bhishma and thy father and Valaka, formerly, gave unto the Pandavas their share of the kingdom from fear. O chastiser of foes, never think of disunion with them. Thou beholdest today the fruit of that, peaceful, session in the fact of thy sovereignty over the whole earth, with all its thorns removed by those heroes. Give, O chastiser of foes, unto the son of Pandu what is their due. If thou wishest to enjoy, with the counselors even half, the empire, let their share then be given unto them. Half the earth is sufficient to yield the means of support unto thee and thy counselors. By acting according to the words of thy well-wishers, thou wilt, O Bharata, win great fame. A quarrel with the sons of Pandu, who are all endued with prosperity, who have their souls under complete control, who are possessed of great intelligence and have conquered their passions, will only divest thee of thy great prosperity. Dispelling the wrath of all thy well-wishers, rule thou thy kingdom as becometh thee, giving, O bull of Bharata's race, unto the sons of Pandu the share that belongeth to them. O son, persecution of the sons of Pandu for full 13 years hath been enough. Augmented by lust and wrath, quench that fire, now, O thou of great wisdom. Thou that covetest the wealth of the Pandavas are not a match for them, nor this Suta's son, who is exceedingly wrathful, nor this thy brother Dasasana. Indeed, when Bhishma and Drona and Kripa and Karna and Bhimasena and Dhananjaya and Drishtadyumna will be enraged, the population of the earth will be exterminated. Under the influence of wrath, do not, O son, exterminate the Kurus. Let not the wide earth be destroyed for thy sake. Of little understanding as thou art, thou thinkest that Bhishma and Drona and Kripa, all others will fight for thee with all their might. That will never happen, for as regards these, that are endued with self-knowledge, their affection towards the Pandavas and yourselves is equal. If for the sake of the sustenance they have obtained from the king, Dhritarashtra, they consent to yield up their very lives, they will not yet be able to cast angry glances upon King Yudhishthira. It is never seen in this world that men acquire wealth by avarice. Give up thy avarice then, O son, and desist, O bull of Bharat's race. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 130. Vaisampayana said, disregarding these words of grave import, spoken by his mother, Duryodhana went away, in anger, from that place to the presence of wicked persons. And wending away from the court, the Kuru prince began to consult with Suvala's royal son, Sakuni, most clever in dice. And this was the resolution which Duryodhana and Karna and Suvala's son Sakuni, with Dasasana as their fourth, arrived at. This Janardana, quick in action, seeketh, with the king Dhritarashtra and Santanu's son, to seize us first. We, however, shall forcibly seize this tiger among men, Hrishikesa, first, like Indra forcibly seizing Varakana's son, Vali. Hearing that this one of Vrishni's race hath been seized, the Pandavas will lose their heart and become incapable of exertion, like snakes whose fangs have been broken. This mighty armed one is, indeed, the refuge and protection of them all. If this granter of wishes, this bull of all the Satwatas, be confined, the Pandavas with the Samakas will become depressed and incapable of any exertion. Therefore, disregarding Dhritarashtra's cries, we will seize even here this Kesva, who is quick in action, and then fight with the foe. After those sinful men of wicked souls had come to this sinful resolution, highly intelligent Satyaki, capable of reading the heart by signs, soon came to know of it. And because of that knowledge, he soon issued out of the court, accompanied by Hritika's son, Kritavarman. And Satyaki addressed Kritavarman, saying, array the troops soon. And accoutred in mail, and with thy troops arrayed for battle, wait thou at the entrance of the court, till I represent this matter unto Krishna, unwearied by exertion. Saying this, that hero re-entered the court, like a lion entering a mountain cave. And he, first, informed the high-souled Kesva and then Dhritarashtra, and then Vidura of that conspiracy. And having informed them of that resolution, he laughingly said, "These wicked men intended to commit an act here that is disapproved by the good from consideration of virtue, profit, and desire. They will, however, never be able to actually achieve it. These fools of sinful souls assembled together, these wretches overwhelmed by lust, anger, and yielding themselves up to wrath and covetousness, are about to perpetrate a highly unbecoming deed. Those wretches of little understanding and desirous of seizing the lotus side are like idiots and children desiring to seize a blazing fire by means of their garments." Hearing these words of Satyaki, Vidura, endued with great foresight, said these words unto the mighty-armed Dhritarashtra in the midst of the Kurus, "O king, O chastiser of foes, the hour of all thy sons is come, for they are endeavoring to perpetrate a highly infamous act, however incapable they may be of actually accomplishing it. Alas, united together they desire to vanquish this younger brother of Vasva and seize this lotus-eyed one. Indeed, encountering this tiger among men, this invincible and irresistible one, they will all perish like insects in a blazing fire. If Janardana wisheth, he can send all of them, even if they fight in a body, unto the abode of Yama, like an enraged lion dispatching a herd of elephants. He will, however, never do any such sinful and censurable act. This best of persons, of unfading glory, will never deviate from virtue." After Vidura had said these words, Kesava, casting his eyes on Dhritarashtra, said in the midst of those well-meaning persons who listen to others' words, "O king, if these men desire to chastise me by using violence, permit them to chastise me. O monarch, as regards my chastising them, for I dare chastise all of them together that are so excited with rage, I will not, however, perpetrate any sinful and censurable act. Coveting the possessions of the Pandavas, thy sons will lose their own. If they desire to perpetrate such a deed, Yudhishthira's object will then be easily accomplished, for this very day, O Bharata, seizing these with all that follow them, I can make them over to the sons of Pritha. What is there that is difficult of attainment by me? I will not, however, O Bharata, commit in thy presence, O great monarch, any such censurable deed that can proceed only from wrath and a sinful understanding. Let it be, O king, as this Duryodhana desireth. I give permission, O monarch, to all thy sons to do it." Hearing these words of Kesava, Dhritarashtra addressed Vidura, saying, "Quickly bring hither sinful Duryodhana, who is so covetous of sovereignty, with his friends, counselors, brothers, and followers. I shall see if indeed, making one more effort, I can bring him to the right path." Thus addressed by Dhritarashtra, Kshatriya once more caused unwilling Duryodhana to enter the court with his brothers, and surrounded by the kings that followed him. King Dhritarashtra then addressed Duryodhana, surrounded by Karna and Dasasana and all those kings, saying, "O wretch of accumulated sins, having for thy allies men of despicable acts, infamous is the deed that thou, uniting with sinful friends, seekest to do. Of little understanding, thou, infamy of thy race, one like thee alone can seek to do an act so infamous and disapproved by the good, however impossible it may be of being actually achieved. Uniting with sinful allies, wishest thou to chastise this invincible and irresistible one of eyes like lotus leaves? Like a child wishing to have the moon, seekest thou, O fool, to do what cannot be done by the very gods, headed by Vasva with all their strength? Knowest thou not that Kesava is incapable of being withstood in battle by gods and men and Gandharvas and Asuras and Uragas? Like the wind which none can seize of being seized with his hands, like the moon which no hand can reach, like the earth which none can support on his head, Kesava is incapable by force." After Dhritarashtra had said these words, Vidura, casting his eyes on Duryodhana, addressed that vindictive son of Dhritarashtra, saying, "O Duryodhana, listen now to these words of mine. At the gates of Sauba, that foremost of monkeys, known by the name of Dvivida, covered Kesva with a mighty shower of stones. Desirous of seizing Madhava by putting forth all his prowess and exertion, he did not yet succeed in seizing him. Seekest thou to apprehend that Kesva by force?" When Sari went to Pragyatisha, Naraka with all the Danavas succeeded not in seizing him there. Seekest thou to seize him by force? Slaying that Naraka in battle, he brought away from his city 1,000 damsels and married them all, according to the ordinance. In the city of Nirmakana, 6,000 mighty Asuras failed to seize him with their nooses. Seekest thou to seize that Kesva by force? While only a child, he slew Pudana and 2 Asuras assuming the shape of birds, and O bull of Bharata's race, he held up the mountains of Govardhana on his little finger for protecting the kine from a continuous rain. He hath also slain Arista, and Dhenuka and Shanura of great strength, and Aswaraja, and Kansa, the doer of evil. He hath slain Jarasandha, and Vakra, and Sasupala of mighty energy, and Vanna in battle, and numerous other kings also have been slain by him. Of immeasurable might, he vanquished King Varuna and also Pavaka, Agni, and on the occasion of bringing down from the celestial regions the heavenly flower called Parihata, he defeated the lord of Sachi himself. While floating on the vast deep, he slew Madhu and Kaitaba, and in another birth he slew Hayagriva, horse-necked. He is the maker of everything, but is himself made by none. He is the cause of all power. Whatever Sari wisheth, he accomplisheth without any effort. Knowest thou not sinless Govinda, of terrible prowess and incapable of deterioration? This one, resembling an angry snake of virulent poison, is the never-ending source of energy. In seeking to use violence towards Krishna, endued with mighty arms and unwearied by exertion, thou wilt, with all thy followers, perish like an insect failing into fire. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 131. Vaisampayana said, after Vidura had said this, Kesva, that slayer of hostile divisions, endued with great energy, addressed Dhritarashtra's son, Duryodhana, and said, from delusion, O Suyodhana, thou regardest me to be alone, and it is for this, O thou of little understanding, that thou seekest to make me a captive after vanquishing me by violence. Here, however, are all the Pandavas and all the Vrishnis and Andhakas. Here are all the Adityas, the Rudras, and the Vasus, with all the great rishis. Saying this, Kesva, that slayer of hostile heroes, burst out into a loud laughter. And as the high-souled Sari laughed, from his body, that resembled a blazing fire, issued myriads of gods, each of lightning effulgence, and not bigger than the thumb. And on his forehead appeared Brahman, and on his breast Rudra. And on his arms appeared the regents of the world, and from his mouth issued Agni, the Adityas, the Sathyas, the Vasus, the Ashwins, the Marutas, with Indra, and the Viswadevas. And myriads of Yakshas, and the Gandharvas, and Rakshasas also, of the same measure and form, issued thence. And from his 2 arms issued Sankarsana and Dhananjaya. And Arjuna stood on his right, bow in hand, and Rama stood on his left, armed with the plough. And behind him stood Bhima, and Yudhishthira, and the 2 sons of Madri, and before him were all the Andhakas and the Vrishnis with Pradyumna and other chiefs bearing mighty weapons upraised. And on his diverse arms were seen the conch, the discus, the mace, the bow called saranga, the plough, the javelin, the nandaka, and every other weapon, all shining with effulgence, and upraised for striking. And from his eyes and nose and ears, and every part of his body, issued fierce sparks of fire mixed with smoke. and from the pores of his body issued sparks of fire like unto the rays of the sun. And beholding that awful form of the high-souled Kesva, all the kings closed their eyes with affrighted hearts, except Drona, and Bhishma, and Vidura, endued with great intelligence, greatly blessed Sanjaya, and the rishis, possessed of wealth of asceticism, for the divine Janardana gave unto them this divine sight on the occasion. And beholding in the Kuru court that highly wonderful sight, celestial drums beat in the sky, and a floral shower fell upon him. And the whole earth trembled at the time, and the oceans were agitated. And, O bull of the Bharata's race, all the denizens of the earth were filled with great wonder. Then that tiger among men, that chastiser of foes, withdrew that divine and highly wonderful, and extremely varied and auspicious form. And arm in arm with Satyaki on one side and Hritika's son, Kritavarman, on the other, and obtaining permission of the rishis, the slayer of Madhu went out. And during the uproar that then took place, the rishis, Narada, and others vanquished, for repairing to their respective places. And this also was another wonderful incident that happened. And seeing that tiger among men leave the court, the Kauravas with all the kings followed him, like the gods following Indra. Sorry, however, of immeasurable soul, without bestowing a single thought on those that followed him, issued from the court, like a blazing fire mixed with smoke. And he beheld, at the gate his charioteer, Daruka, waiting with his large white car, furnished with rows of tinkling bells, decked with golden ornaments, and endued with great speed, the clatter of whose wheels resounded like the rumbling of the clouds, and which was covered all over with white tiger skins, and unto which were harnessed his steed Saivya, and others. And there also appeared, mounted on his car, that favorite hero of Vrishnis, the mighty car warrior Kritavarman, the son of Hritika. And that chastiser of foes, Sari, who had his car ready, was about to depart. King Dhritarashtra addressed him once more and said, O grinder of foes, thou hast seen, O Janardana, the power I wield over my sons. Thou hast, indeed, witnessed all with thy own eyes. Nothing now is unknown to thee. Seeing me endeavor to bring about peace between the Kurus and the Pandavas, in fact, knowing the state in which I am, it behoveth thee not to entertain any suspicion regarding me. O Kesva, I have no sinful feelings towards the Pandavas. Thou knowest what words have been spoken by me to Suddhodana. The Kauravas and all the kings of the earth also know, O Madhava, that I have made every endeavor to bring about peace. Vaisampayana continued, the mighty armed Janardana then addressed Dhritarashtra, Drona, grandsire Bhishma, Kshatri, Valaka, and Kripa, and said, Ye have yourselves witnessed all that hath happened in the assembly of the Kurus, viz., how wicked Duryodhana, like an uneducated wretch, left the court from anger, and how King Dhritarashtra also describeth himself to be powerless. With the permission of you all, I shall now go back to Yudhishthira. Saluting them, that bull amongst men, Sari then mounted his car and set out. And those heroic bulls amongst the Bharatas, those mighty bowmen, viz., Bhishma, Drona, and Kripa, and Kshatri, and Aswathaman and Vikarna, and that mighty car warrior Yuyutsu, all began to follow him. And Kesva, on his large white car, furnished with rows of tinkling bells, proceeded then, in the very sight of the Kurus, to the abode of his paternal aunt, Kunti. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 132. Vaisampayana said, entering her abode and worshipping her feet, Kesva represented to her briefly all that had transpired in the assembly of the Kurus. And Vasudeva said, diverse words, worthy of being accepted and fraught with reasons, were said both by myself and the rishis, but Duryodhana accepted them not. As regards Suddhodana and his followers, their hour is come. With thy leave now, I shall speedily repair unto the Pandavas. What should I say unto the Pandavas as thy instructions to them? Tell me that, O thou endued with great wisdom. I desire to hear thy words. Kunti said, O Kesva, say unto King Yudhishthira of virtuous soul these words, thy virtue, O son, is decreasing greatly. Do not act vainly. O king, like a reader of the Vedas incapable of catching their real meaning, and, therefore, truly unlearned. Thy understanding, affected by only the words of the Vedas, vieweth virtue alone. Cast thy eyes on the duties of thy own order, as ordained by the Self-Create. For all ruthless deeds, and for the protection of the people, from his, Brahmana's, arms was created the Kshatriya, who is to depend upon the prowess of his own arms. Listen, an instance is cited in this connection, that hath been heard by me from the aged. In days of yore, Vaisravana, having been gratified, made a gift of this earth to the royal sage Muchakunda. The latter, without accepting the gift, said, I desire to enjoy that sovereignty which is won by prowess of arms. At this, Vaisravana was highly delighted and filled with wonder. King Muchakunda then, fully observing the duties of the Kshatriya order, ruled this earth, having conquered it by the prowess of his arms. Then again, a sixth part of the virtue, practiced by subjects well protected by the king, is obtained, O Bharata, by the king. The virtue again that the king himself practiseth conferreth Godhead on him, while if he perpetrateth sin, he goeth to hell. The penal code, properly applied by the ruler, maketh the four orders adhere to their respective duties, and leadeth to an acquisition, by the ruler himself, of virtue, profit, and salvation. When the king properly abideth by the penal code, without making any portion of it a dead letter, then that best of periods called the Krita Yuga setteth in. Let not this doubt be thine, viz., whether the era is the cause of the king, or the king the cause of the era, for, know this to be certain that, the king is the cause of the era. It is the king that createth the Krita, the Treta, or the Dwapara age. Indeed, it is the king that is the cause of also the fourth Yuga, viz., the Kali. That king who causeth the Krita age to set in, enjoyeth heaven exceedingly. That king who causeth the Treta age to set in, doth enjoy heaven, but not exceedingly. For thus causing the Dwapara age to set in, a king enjoyeth heaven according to his due. The king, however, who causeth the Kali age to set in, earneth sin exceedingly. Thereupon, that king of wicked deeds resideth in hell for countless years. Indeed, the king's sins affect the world, and the world's sins affect him. Observe thou those kingly duties of thine that befit thy ancestry. That is not the conduct of a royal sage in which thou wishest to abide. Indeed, he that is stained by weakness of heart and adhereth to compassion, and is unsteady, never obtaineth the merit born of cherishing his subjects with love. That understanding according to which thou art now acting was never wished to thee by Pandu, or myself, or thy grandsire, while we uttered blessings on thee before, sacrifice, gift, merit, and bravery, subjects and children, greatness of soul, and might, and energy, these were always prayed by me for thee. Well-wishing Brahmanas duly worshipped and gratified the gods and the Pitris for your long life, wealth, and children, by adding Svaha and Svadha. The mother and the father, as also the gods, always desire for their children liberality and gift and study and sacrifice and sway over subjects. Whether all this be righteous or unrighteous, you are to practice it, in consequence of your very birth. Behold, O Krishna, so far from doing all this, though born in a high race, they are yet destitute of the very means of support, and are afflicted with misery. Hungry men, approaching a brave and bountiful monarch, are gratified, and live by his side. What virtue can be superior to this? A virtuous person, upon acquiring a kingdom, should in this world make all persons his own, attaching some by gift, some by force, and some by sweet words. A Brahmana should adopt mendicancy, a Kshatriya should protect subjects, a Vaishya should earn wealth, and a Sudra should serve the other three. Mendicancy, therefore, is forbidden to thee. Nor is agriculture suited to thee. Thou art a Kshatriya and therefore the protector of all in distress. Thou art to live by the prowess of thy arms. O thou of mighty arms, recover thy paternal share of the kingdom which thou hast lost, by conciliation, or by working disunion among thy foes, or by gift of money or violence, or well-directed policy. What can be a matter of greater grief than that I, deprived of friends, should live upon food supplied by others, after having brought thee forth, thou enhancer of the joys of friends? Fight, according to the practices of kings. Do not sink thy ancestors in infamy. With thy merit worn out, do not, with thy younger brothers, obtain a sinful end. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 133. Kunti said, in this connection, O chastiser of foes, is cited an old story of the conversation between Vidula and her son. It behoveth thee to say unto Yudhishthira anything that can be gathered from this or anything more beneficial than that. There was a high-born dame of great foresight, named Vidula. She was famous, slightly wrathful, of crooked disposition, and devoted to Kshatriya virtues. Well educated, she was known to all the kings of the earth. Of great learning, she had listened to the speeches and instructions of diverse mien. And the Princess Vidula, one day, rebuked her own son, who, after his defeat by the king of the Sindhus, lay prostrate with heart depressed by despair. And she said, Thou art not my son, O enhancer of the joys of foes. Begotten thou hast not been by myself and thy father. Whence hast thou come? Without wrath as thou art, thou canst not be counted as a man. Thy features betray thee to be a eunuch. Sinkest thou in despair as long as thou livest? If thou art desirous of thy own welfare, bear thou the burthen of thy affairs on thy shoulders, do not disgrace thy soul. Do not suffer it to be gratified with a little. Set thy heart on thy welfare, and be not afraid. Abandon thy fears. Rise, O coward. Do not lie down thus, after thy defeat, delighting all thy foes and grieving the friends, and reft of all sense of honor. Little streams are filled up with only a quantity of water. The palms of a mouse are filled with only a small quantity. A coward is soon gratified with acquisitions that are small. Rather perish in plucking the fangs of a snake than die miserable like a dog. Put forth thy prowess even at the risk of thy life. Like a hawk that fearlessly rangeth the sky, do thou also wander fearlessly, or put forth thy prowess, or silently watch thy foes for an opportunity. Why dost thou lie down like a carcass or like one smitten by thunder? Rise, O coward, do not slumber after having been vanquished by the foe. Do not disappear from the sight of all so miserably. Make thyself known by thy deeds. Never occupy the intermediate, the low, or the lowest station. Blaze up, like a well-fed fire. Like a brand of Tenduka wood, blaze up even for a moment, but never smolder from desire, like a flameless fire of paddy chaff. It is better to blaze up for a moment than smoke forever and ever. Let no son be born in a royal race, who is either exceedingly fierce or exceedingly mild. Repairing to the field of battle and achieving every great feat that is possible for man to achieve, a brave man is freed from the debt he oweth to the duties of the Kshatriya order. Such a person never disgraceth his own self. Whether he gaineth his object or not, he that is possessed of sense never indulgeth in grief. On the other hand, such a person accomplisheth what should be next done, without caring for even his life. Therefore, O son, display thy prowess, or obtain that end which is inevitable. Why, indeed, dost thou live, disregarding the duties of thy order? All thy religious rites, O eunuch, and all thy achievements are gone. The every root of all thy enjoyments is cut off. What for then dost thou live? If fall and sink one must, he should seize the foe by the hips, and thus fall with the foe. Even if one's roots are cut off, he should not yet give way to despair. Horse of high mettle put forth all their prowess for dragging or bearing heavy weights. Remembering their behavior, muster all thy strength and sense of honor. Know also in what thy manliness consists. Exert thyself in raising that race which hath sunk, in consequence of thee. He that hath not achieved a great feat forming the subject of men's conversation, only increaseth the number of population. He is neither man nor woman. He whose fame is not founded in respect of charity, asceticism, truth, learning, and acquisition of wealth, is only his mother's excreta. On the other hand, he that surpasseth others in learning, asceticism, wealth, prowess, and deeds, is, truly, a man. It behoveth thee not to adopt the idle, wretched, infamous, and miserable profession of mendicancy that is worthy only of a coward. Friends never derive any happiness on obtaining that weak person for a friend, at whose sight foes are delighted, who is despised by men, who is without seats and robes, who is gratified with small acquisitions, who is destitute, and who hath no courage, and is low. Alas, exiled from our kingdom, driven from home, deprived of all means of enjoyment and pleasure, and destitute of resources, we shall have to perish from one of the very means of life. Misbehaving in the midst of those that are good, and the destroyer of thy race and family, by bringing thee forth, O Sanjaya, I have brought forth Kali himself in the shape of a son. Oh, let no woman bring forth such a son as thou, that art without wrath, without exertion, without energy, and that art the joy of foes. Do not smolder. Blaze thou up, effectively displaying thy prowess. Slay thy foes. For but a moment, for ever so small a space of time, blaze thou up on the heads of thy enemies. He is a man who cherisheth wrath and forgiveth not. He, on the other hand, who is forgiving and without wrath, is neither a man nor woman. Contentment and softness of heart and these two, viz., one of exertion and fear, are destructive of prosperity. He that is without exertion never winneth what is great. Therefore, O son, free thyself, by thy own exertions, from these faults that lead to defeat and downfall. Steel thy heart and seek to recover thy own. A man is called Purusha because he is competent to trouble his foe, Purum. He, therefore, who liveth like a woman is misnamed Purusha, man. A brave king of mighty strength, and who moveth like a lion, may go the way of all creatures. The subjects, however, that reside in his dominions do not yet become unhappy. That king, who, disregarding his own happiness and pleasures, seeketh the prosperity of his kingdom, succeedeth soon in gladdening his counselors and friends. Hearing these words, the son said, If thou dost not behold me, of what use would the whole earth be to thee? Of what use thy ornaments? Of what use all the means of pleasure and even life itself? The mother said, Let those regions be obtained by our foes which belong to those that are low. Let those again that are friends go to those regions which are obtainable by persons whose souls are held in respect. Do not adopt the course of life that is followed by those wretched persons, who, destitute of strength, and without servants and attendants, to do their bidding, live upon the food supplied by others. Like the creatures of the earth that depend on the clouds, or the gods depending on Indra, let the Brahmanas and thy friends all depend on thee for their sustenance. His life, O Sanjaya, is not vain on whom all creatures depend for their sustenance, like birds repairing to a tree abounding with ripe fruits. The life of that brave man is, indeed, praiseworthy, through whose prowess friends derive happiness, like the gods deriving happiness through the prowess of Sakra. That man who liveth in greatness depending on the prowess of his own arms, succeedeth in winning fame in this world and blessed state in the next. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 134. Vidula said, if, having fallen into such a plight, thou wishest to give up manliness, thou shalt then have, in no time, to tread the path that is trod by those that are low and wretched. That Kshatriya, who, from desire of life, displayeth not his energy according to the best of his might and prowess, is regarded as a thief. Alas, like medicine to a dying man, these words that are fraught with grave import, and are proper and reasonable, do not make any impression on thee. It is true, the king of the Sindhus hath many followers. They are, however, all discounted. From weakness and ignorance of proper means, they are waiting for the distress of their master, without being able to effect a deliverance for themselves by their own exertions. As regards others, his open enemies, they will come to thee with their auxiliaries if they behold thee put forth thy prowess. Uniting with them, seek refuge now in mountain fastness, waiting for that season when calamity will overtake the foe, as it must, for he is not free from disease and death. By name thou art Sanjaya, the victorious. I do not, however, behold any such indication in thee. Be true to thy name. Be my son. Oh, do not make thy name untrue. Beholding thee while a child, a Brahmana of great foresight and wisdom said, this one falling into great distress will again win greatness. Remembering his words, I hope for thy victory. It is for that, O son, I tell thee so, and shall tell thee again and again. That man who pursueth the fruition of his objects according to the ways of policy, and for the success of whose objects other people strive cordially, is always sure to win success. Whether what I have is gained or lost, I will not desist. With such a resolve, O Sanjaya, O learned one, engage in war, without withdrawing thyself from it. Samvara hath said, there is no more miserable state than that in which one is anxious for his food from day to day. A state such as his hath Beer said to be more unhappy than the death of one's husband and sons. That which hath been called poverty is only a form of death. As regards myself, born in a high race, I have been transplanted from one taken to another. Possessed of every auspicious thing, and worshipped by my husband, my power extended over all. Staying in the midst of friends, our friends formerly beheld me decked in costly garlands and ornaments, with body well washed, attired in excellent robes, and myself always cheerful. When thou wilt behold both me and thy wife weakened, from want of food, thou wilt then, O Sanjaya, scarcely desire to live. Of what use will life be to thee when thou wilt behold all our servants engaged in attending on us, our preceptors and our ordinary and extraordinary priests, leaving us from want of sustenance? If, again, I do not now see in thee those laudable and famous achievements in which thou wert formerly engaged, what peace can my heart know? If I have to say nay to a Brahmana, my heart will burst, for neither I nor my husband ever said nay to a Brahmana before. We were the refuge of others, without ourselves having ever taken refuge with others. Having been such, if I have to support life by depending on another, I will surely cast off my life. Be thou our means of crossing the ocean that is difficult to cross. In the absence of boats, be thou our boat. Make for us a place where place there is none. Revive us that are dead. Thou art competent to encounter all foes if thou dost not cherish the desire of life. If, however, thou art for adopting this mode of life that is fit only for a eunuch, then with troubled soul and depressed heart it would be better for thee to sacrifice thy life. A brave man winneth fame by slaying even a single foe. By slaying Vritra, Indra became the great Indra and acquired the sovereignty of all the gods and the cup for drinking Soma and the lordship of all the worlds. Proclaiming his name in battle, challenging his foes accoutred in steel, and grinding or slaying the foremost warriors of hostile ranks, when a hero winneth far-extending fame in fair fight, his enemies then are pained and bow down unto him. They that are cowards become helpless and contribute by their own conduct to bestow every object of desire on those that are skilled and brave and that fight reckless of their lives. Whether kingdoms be overtaken by mighty ruin, or whether life itself be endangered, they that are noble never desist till they exterminate the foes within their reach. Sovereignty is either the door of heaven or Amrita. Regarding it as one of these, and bearing it in mind that is now shed against thee, fall thou like a burning brand in the midst of thy foes. O king, slay thy foes in battle. Observe the duties of thy order. Let me not behold thee cheerless, O enhancer of the fears of thy foes. Let me not in dejection behold thee standing in misery, surrounded by our sorrowing selves and rejoicing foes. Rejoice, O son, and make thyself happy in the possession of wealth in the company of the daughters of the Sauviras, and do not, in weakness of heart, be ruled over by the daughters of the Sainthavas. If a young man like thee, who is possessed of beauty of person, learning and high birth, and worldwide fame, acteth in such unbecoming a way, like a vicious bull in the matter of bearing its burthen, then that, I think, would be equal to death itself. What peace can my heart know if I behold thee uttering laudatory speeches in honor of others, or walking, submissively, behind them? Oh, never was one born in this race that walked behind another. O son, it behoveth thee not to live as a dependent on another. I know what the eternal essence of Kshatriya virtues is as spoken of by the old and the older ones, and by those coming late and later still. Eternal and unswerving, it hath been ordained by the Creator himself. He that hath, in this world, been born as a Kshatriya in any high race and hath acquired a knowledge of the duties of that order, will never from fear or the sake of sustenance bow down to any body on earth. One should stand erect with courage and not bow down, for exertion is manliness. One should rather break in the joints than yield in this world here to any body. A high-souled Kshatriya should always roam like an infuriated elephant. He should, O Sanjaya, bow down unto Brahmanas only, for the sake of virtue. He should rule over all other orders, destroying all evildoers. Possessed of allies, or destitute of them, he should be so as long as he liveth. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 135. Kunti said, hearing these words of his mother, the son said, O ruthless and wrathful mother, O thou that thinkest highly of martial heroism, thy heart is surely made of steel beat into that shape. Fie on Kshatriya practices, in accordance with which thou urgest me to battle, as if I were a stranger to thee, and for the sake of which thou speakest to me thy only son such words as if thou wert not my mother. If thou beholdest me not, if thou art dissociated with me thy son, of what use then would the whole earth be to thee, of what use all thy ornaments and all the means of enjoyment, indeed, of what use would life itself be to thee? The mother said, all the acts of those that are wise are undertaken, O son, for the sake of virtue and profit. Eyeing these, virtue and profit, only, I urge thee, O Sanjaya, to battle. The fit hour hath come for exhibiting thy prowess. If at such a time thou dost not resort to action, then disrespected by the people thou wouldst do that which would be most disagreeable to me. If, O Sanjaya, thou art about to be stained with infamy, and I do not, from affection, tell thee anything, then that affection, worthless and unreasonable, would be like that of the she-asses for her young. Do not tread the path that is disapproved by the wise and adopted by the fool. Great is the ignorance here. Innumerable creatures of the world have taken refuge in it. If thou, however, adoptest the behavior of the wise, thou wilt then be dear to me. Indeed, if thou hast recourse to virtue and profit, if with God above thou reliest upon human exertion, if thy conduct becometh like that of the good, then it is by this and not by any other means that thou wilt become dear to me. He that taketh delight in sons and grandsons that are well instructed, enjoyeth a delight that is real. He, on the other hand, that taketh delight in a son who is destitute of exertion, refractory, and wicked-minded, hath not the very object accomplished for which a son is desired. Those worst of men that never do what is proper and always do what is censurable, do not obtain happiness here or hereafter. A Kshatriya, O Sanjaya, hath been created for battle and victory. Whether he winneth or perisheth, he obtaineth the region of Indra. The happiness that a Kshatriya obtaineth by reducing his foes to subjection is such that the like of it doth not exist in heaven in the sacred region of Indra. Burning with wrath, a Kshatriya of great energy, if vanquished many times, should wait desiring to vanquish his foes. Without either casting away his own life or slaying his foes, how can ye obtain peace of mind by any other course? He that is possessed of wisdom regardeth anything little as disagreeable. Unto that person to whom anything little becomes agreeable, that little, ultimately, becometh a source of pain. The man that hath not what is desirable soon becometh wretched. Indeed, he soon feeleth every want and is lost like the Ganga on entering the ocean. The son said, Thou shouldst not, O mother, give expression to such views before thy son. Show him kindness now, staying by his side, like a silent and dumb being. The mother said, Great is my gratification since thou sayest so. I who may be urged by thee to what is my duty, am thus urged by thee. I shall, therefore, urge thee more, for doing what thou shouldst do. I will, indeed, honor thee then when I will behold thee, crowned with complete success after the slaughter of all the Pandavas. The son said, Without wealth, without allies, how can success and victory be mine? Conscious of this exceedingly miserable state of mine, I have myself abstained from desire of kingdom, like an evildoer abstaining from desire of heaven. If, therefore, O thou of mature wisdom, thou sayest any means, by which all this can be effected, speak fully of it to me as I ask thee, for I shall do all that thou mayst command me to do. The mother said, Do not disgrace thy soul, O son, by anticipations of failure. Objects unattained have been attained, while those attained have been lost. The accomplishment of objects should never be sought with wrath and folly. In all acts, O son, the attainment of success is always uncertain. Knowing that success is uncertain, people still act, so that they sometimes succeed, and sometimes do not. They, however, who abstain from action, never obtain success. In the absence of exertion, there is but one result, viz., the absence of success. There are, however, two results in the case of exertion, viz., the acquisition of success or its non-acquisition. He, O Prince, who hath settled beforehand that all acts are uncertain in respect of their results, mocketh both success and prosperity unattainable by himself. This will be, with such a belief should one, casting off all sloth, exert and wake up and address himself to every act. That wise king, who, O son, engageth in acts, having performed all auspicious rites and with the gods and the Brahmanas on his side, soon winneth success. Like the sun embracing the east, the goddess of prosperity, embraceth him. I see thou hast shown thyself fit for the various suggestions and means and encouraging speeches thou hast had from me. Display, now, thy prowess. It behoveth thee to win, by every exertion, the object thou hast in view. Bring together to thy own side those that are angry with thy foes, those that are covetous, those that have been weakened by thy foes, those that are jealous of thy foes, those that have been humiliated by them, those that always challenge them from excess of pride, and all others of this class. By this means thou wilt be able to break the mighty host of thy enemy, like an impetuous and fierce rising tempest scattering the clouds. Give them, thou would be allies, wealth before it is due, seek their food, be up and doing, and speak sweetly unto them all. They will then do the good, and place thee at their head. When the enemy cometh to know that his foe hath become reckless of his life, then is he troubled on the latter's account, from a snake living in his chamber? If, knowing one to be powerful, one's enemy doth not strive to subjugate him, he should at least make one friendly by the application of the arts of conciliation, gift, and the like. Even that would be tantamount to subjugation. Obtaining a respite by means of the art of conciliation, one's wealth may increase. And if one's wealth increaseth, one is worshipped and sought as a refuge by one's friends. If, again, one is deprived of wealth, one is abandoned by friends and relatives, and more than that, mistrusted and even despised by them. It is perfectly impossible for him to ever regain his kingdom, who, having united himself with his foe, liveth confidently. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 136. The mother said, into whatever calamity a king may fail, he should not still betray it. Beholding the king afflicted with fright, the whole kingdom, the army, the counselors, all yield to fear, and all the subjects become disunited. Some go and embrace the side of the enemy, others simply abandon the king, and others again, that had before been humiliated, strive to strike. They, however, that are intimate friends wait by his side, and though desiring his welfare, yet from inability to do anything wait helplessly, like a cow whose calf hath been tethered. As friends grieve for friends that are plunged into distress, so those well-wishers also grieve upon beholding their lord plunged into grief. Even thou hast many friends whom thou hadst worshipped before. Even thou hast many friends after thy heart, who feel for thy kingdom and who desire to take a state of thy calamities on themselves. Do not frighten those friends, and do not suffer them to abandon thee on beholding thee afflicted with fear. Desiring to test thy might, manliness, and understanding, and wishing also to encourage thee, I have said all this for enhancing thy energy. If thou understandest what I have said, and if all I have said appears proper and sufficient, then, O Sanjaya, muster thy patience and gird up thy lions for victory. We have a large number of treasure houses unknown to thee. I alone know of their existence, and no other person. I will place all these at thy disposal. Thou hast also, O Sanjaya, more than one friend who sympathize with thee in thy joys and woes, and who, O hero, never retreat from the field of battle. O grinder of foes, allies such as these always play the part of faithful counselors to a person who seeketh his own welfare and desireth to acquire what is agreeable to himself. Kunti continued, hearing this speech of his mother fraught with excellent words and sense, the despair that had overtaken Sanjaya's heart left instantly, although that prince was not gifted with great intelligence. And the son said, when I have thee that are so observant of my future welfare for my guide, I shall certainly either rescue my paternal kingdom that is sunk in water or perish in the attempt. During that discourse I was almost a silent listener. Now and then only I interposed a word. It was, however, only with the view of drawing thee out, so that I might hear more on the subject. I have not been satiated with thy words, like a person not satiated with drinking Amrita. Deriving support from any allies, behold, I gird up my loins for repressing my foes and obtaining victory. Kunti continued, pierced by the wordy arrows of his mother, the son roused himself like a steed of proud mettle and achieved all that his mother had pointed out. When a king is afflicted by foes and overcome with despair, his ministers should make him hear this excellent history that enhanceth energy and inspireth might. Indeed, this history is called Jaya and should be listened to by every one desirous of victory. Indeed, having listened to it, one may soon subjugate the whole earth and grind his foes. This history causeth a woman to bring forth a heroic son. The woman quick with child that listeneth to it repeatedly certainly giveth birth to a hero. The Kshatriya woman that listeneth to it bringeth forth a brave son of irresistible prowess, one that is foremost in learning, foremost in ascetic austerities, foremost in liberality, devoted to asceticism, blazing forth with Brahmic beauty, innumerable with the good, radiant with effulgence, endued with great might, blessed, a mighty car warrior, possessed of great intelligence, irresistible, in battle, ever victorious, invincible, a chastiser of the wicked and a protector of all practicers of virtue. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 137. Kunti said, Say unto Arjuna these words, when thou wert brought forth in the lying-in room, and when I was sitting in the hermitage surrounded by ladies, a celestial and delightful voice was heard in the sky, saying, O Kunti, this thy son will rival the deity of 1,000 eyes. This one will vanquish in battle all the assembled Kurus. Aided by Bhima, he will conquer the whole earth, and his fame will touch the very heavens. With Vasudeva as his ally, he will slay the Kurus in battle and recover his lost paternal share in the kingdom. Endued with great prosperity, he will, with his brothers, perform 3 great sacrifices. O thou of unfading glory, thou knowest how steady, in truth, is Vibhatsu, otherwise called Savyasakan, how irresistible he is. O thou of Dasara's race, let it be as that, celestial voice said. If, O thou of Vrishni's race, there is anything like righteousness, those words will be true, for then, Krishna, thou wilt thyself accomplish it all. I do not doubt what that voice said. I bow to righteousness which is superior to all. It is righteousness that supports all creatures. Thou shalt say these words unto the Nanjaya. Unto Vrakotar again, who is always ready for exertion, thou shalt say these words, the time hath come for that in view of which Kshatriya lady bringeth forth a son. They that are foremost among men never become cheerless when they have hostilities to wage. Thou knowest what the state of Bhima's mind is. That grinder of foes is never pacified until he exterminates his foes. Thou shalt, O Madhava, next say unto the auspicious Krishna of great fame, that daughter-in-law of the high-souled Pandu, who is conversant with the details of every virtue, these words, O thou that art highly blessed, O thou of noble parentage, O thou that art endued with great fame, that becoming behavior which thou always showest towards my sons is, indeed, worthy of thee. Thou must also say unto the sons of Madri, who are always devoted to Kshatriya virtues, these words, Covet ye more than life itself, those enjoyments that are acquired by prowess. Objects won by prowess always please the heart of a person that liveth according to Kshatriya practices. Engaged as ye are in acquiring every kind of virtue, before your eyes the princess of Panchala was addressed in cruel and abusive epithets. Who is there that can forgive that insult? The deprivation of their kingdom grieved me not. Their defeated dice grieved me not. But that noble and fair Draupadi, however, while weeping in the midst of the assembly, had to hear those cruel and insulting words is what grieveth me most. Alas, exceedingly beautiful Krishna, ever devoted to Kshatriya virtues, found no protector on that occasion, though she was wedded to such powerful protectors. O thou of mighty arms, say unto that tiger among men, Arjuna, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, that he should always tread in the path that may be pointed out by Draupadi. Thou knowest it very well, Kesava, that Bhima and Arjuna, that pair of fierce and all-destroying Yamas, are capable of making the very gods go the way of all creatures. Is not this an insult to them that, their wife, Krishna, was dragged into the assembly? O Kesava, recall to their remembrance all those cruel and harsh words that Dusasana said unto Bhima in the very presence of all the warriors of Kuru's race. Inquire, in my name, after the welfare of the Pandavas with their children and Krishna. Say unto them, O Janardana, that I am well. Go thou on thy auspicious way, and protect my sons. Vyasa continued, saluting and walking round her. The mighty armed Krishna, whose gait resembled the majestic gait of the lion, then issued out of Pritha's abode. And he then dismissed those chiefs among the Kurus with Bhishma at their head, who had followed him, and taking Karna upon his chariot, left the Kuru city, accompanied by Satyaki. And after he of Dasara's race had departed, the Kurus assembled together and began to talk of that highly wonderful and marvelous incident connected with him. And they said, overcome with ignorance, the whole earth hath been entangled in the meshes of death. And they also said, through Duryodhana's folly, all this is doomed to destruction. Having issued out of the Kuru city, that foremost of persons proceeded, deliberating with Karna for a long time. And that delighter of all the Yadavas then dismissed Karna and urged his steeds to greater speed. And driven by Daruka, those swift coursers, endued with the speed of the tempest of the mind, went on as if drinking the skies. And quickly traversing a long way like fleet hawks, they reached Upaplavia very soon, bearing the wielder of Saranga. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 138. Vyasa said, hearing the words of Kunti, the mighty car warriors, Bhishma and Drona, then spoke these words unto the disobedient Duryodhana, Hast thou, O tiger among men, heard the fierce words of grave import, excellent and consistent with virtue, that Kunti had spoken in the presence of Krishna? Her sons will act according to them, especially as they are approved by Vasudeva. O Kaurava, they will not assuredly desist, without their share of the kingdom being given to them. Thou hast inflicted much pain on the sons of Pritha. And Draupadi also was afflicted by thee in the assembly. They were, however, bound then by the bounds of truth, and it was for this that they tolerated that treatment. Obtaining Arjuna now, who is skilled in every weapon, and Bhima of firm resolution, and Gandiva and the couple of inexhaustible quivers, and that car of Arjuna, and that banner, bearing the device of the ape, and Nakula and Sadeva, both endued with great might and energy, and Vasudeva also, as his allies, Yudhishthira will not forgive thee. O mighty armed one, thou hast witnessed with thy own eyes how intelligent Arjuna vanquished us all in battle before, in the city of Virata. Indeed, after this, that ape-bannered warrior, consumed in battle, taking up his fierce weapons, those Danavas of terrible deeds called the Nivedakavachas. On the occasion also of the tale of cattle, when captured by the Gandharvas, this Karna and all these thy counselors and thyself accoutred in mail and on thy car, were all liberated from the grasp of the Gandharvas by that Arjuna. That is a sufficient proof. Therefore, O foremost of the Bharatas, with all thy brothers make peace with the sons of Pandu. Save this whole earth from the destruction's jaws. Yudhishthira is thy elder brother, virtuous in behavior, affectionate towards thee, sweet-speeched and learned. Abandoning thy sinful intentions, unite thyself with that tiger among men. If Pandu's son beholdeth thee divested of thy bow, and without the wrinkles of rage on thy brow, and cheerful, even that would be for the good of our race. Approaching with all thy counselors, embrace him fraternally. O repressor of foes, salute the king respectfully as before. And let Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, the elder brother of Bhima, hold from affection thy saluting self with his arms. And let that foremost of smiters, Bhima, possessed of leonine shoulders and thighs round, and long, and mighty arms, embrace thee. And then let that son of Kunti, the Nanjaya, called also Partha, of eyes like lotus petals, and curly hair and conch-like neck salute thee respectfully. Then let those tigers among men, the twin Ashwins, unrivaled on earth for beauty, wait on thee with affection and reverence as on their preceptor. And let all the kings with him of Dasara's race at their head shed tears of joy. Abandoning thy pride, unite thyself with thy brothers. Rule thou the whole earth with thy brothers. Let all the kings joyfully return to their respective homes, having embraced one another. There is no need of battle, O King of Kings. Listen to the dissuasions of thy friends. In the battle that will ensue, a great destruction of the Kshatriyas is certainly indicated. The stars are all hostile. The animals and birds have all assumed fearful aspects. Diverse portents, O hero, are visible, all indicating the slaughters of the Kshatriyas. All these portents, again, are particularly visible in our abodes. Blazing meteors are afflicting thy host. Our animals are all cheerless and seem, O king, to be crying. Vultures are wheeling around thy troops. Neither the city nor the palace looks as before. Jackals, setting forth ominous yells, are running about the four quarters, which are ablaze with conflagrations. Obey thou the counsels of thy father and mother, as also of ourselves who are thy well-wishers. War and peace, O thou of mighty arms, are within thy control. If, O grinder of foes, thou dost not act according to the words of thy friends, thou shalt have to repent upon beholding thy army afflicted with the arrows of Partha. Hearing in battle the terrible yells uttered by the mighty Bhima and the twang of Gandiva, thou wilt remember are these words. Indeed, if what we say appears unacceptable to thee, then it will be as we say. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 139. Vaisampayana said, thus addressed by them, Duryodhana, contracting the space between his eyebrows, became cheerless, and with face bent down began to cast oblique glances. And he said not a word in reply. Beholding him cheerless, those bulls among men, Bhishma and Drona, looking at each other, once more addressed him, and said these words. Bhishma said, what can be a matter of greater grief to us than that we shall have to light against that Yudhishthira who is devoted to the service of his superiors, destitute of envy, conversant with Brahma, and truthful in speech? Drona said, my affection for the Nanjaya is greater than that which I bear for my son Aswathaman. There is greater reverence also and humility towards me in that eight-bannered hero than in Aswathaman. Alas, in observance of the Kshatriya duties, I shall have to light even against that Dhananjaya who is dearer to me than my son. Fie on the Kshatriya profession! That Vibhatsu who hath no other bowman in the world as his equal, hath, through my grace, acquired this superiority over all bowmen. He that hateth his friends, he that is of wicked disposition, he that denieth Godhead, he that is crooked and deceitful, never obtaineth the worship of the righteous, like an ignorant person present at a sacrifice. Though dissuaded from sin, a sinful man would still wish to commit sinful acts, while he that is righteous, though tempted by sin, would not yet abandon righteousness. Though thou hast conducted thyself with falsehood and deceit towards them, the Pandavas are still desirous of doing what is agreeable to thee. As regards thyself, O thou best of the Bharatas, all thy faults are calculated to bring about disasters on thee. Thou hast been addressed by the eldest of the Kurus, by me, by Vidura, and by Vasudeva. Thou dost not yet understand what is beneficial for thyself. I have a large force. With this conviction thou desirest to pierce the Pandava host, abounding with heroes, like the current of the Ganga piercing the ocean, abounding with sharks and alligators and makaras. Having obtained Yudhishthira's prosperity like the cast-off robes or garlands of another, thou regardest it as thy own. If the son of Pritha and Pandu stayeth even in the woods with Draupadi, and surrounded by his armed brothers, who is there, even in the possession of a kingdom, that is competent to vanquish him? In the presence of even that Elavila, Kuvara, under whose command all the Ikshas live as servants, Yudhishthira the just, shone with splendor. Having proceeded to Kuvara's abode and having procured wealth therefrom, the Pandavas are now desirous of attacking thy swelling kingdom and winning sovereignty for themselves. As regards us too, we have made gifts, poured libations on fire, studied the scriptures, and gratified the Brahmanas by presents of wealth. The allotted periods of our life have also run out. Know that our work has been done. As regards thyself, however, giving up happiness, kingdom, friends, and wealth, great will be thy calamity if thou seekest war with the Pandavas. How canst thou vanquish the son of Pandu, when Draupadi, who is truthful in speech and devoted to rigid vows and austerities, prayeth for his success? How wilt thou vanquish that son of Pandu who hath Janardana for his counselor, and who hath for a brother that Dhananjaya, who is the foremost of wielders of weapons? How wilt thou vanquish that son of Pandu, of severe austerities, who hath for his allies so many Brahmanas, endued with intelligence and mastery over their senses? In accordance with what a prosperity-wishing friend should do when he sees his friend sinking in an ocean of distress, I again tell thee, there is no necessity for war. Make peace with those heroes for the sake of prosperity to the Kurus. Do not court defeat with thy sons, counselors, and the army. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 140. Dhritarashtra said, O Sanjaya, in the midst of all the princes and the servants, the slayer of Madhu took Karna upon his car and went out of our city. What did that slayer of hostile heroes, that one of immeasurable soul, say unto Radha's son? What conciliatory words did Govinda speak unto the Suta's son? Tell me, O Sanjaya, what those words were, mild or fierce, that Krishna, possessed of a voice deep as that of newly risen clouds during the rainy season, said unto Karna. Sanjaya said, Listen to me, O Bharata, as I repeat in due order those words, both intimidating and mild, agreeable and consistent with virtue, true and beneficial, and pleasing to the heart, which the slayer of Madhu, of immeasurable soul, said unto Radha's son. Vasudeva said, O son of Radha, thou hast worshipped many Brahmanas fully conversant with the Vedas. With concentrated attention and mind free from envy thou hast also, on many an occasion, inquired of them after truth. Thou knowest, therefore, O Karna, what the eternal sayings of the Vedas are. Thou art also well versed in all the subtle conclusions of the scriptures. It is said by those conversant with the scriptures that the two kinds of sons called Kanana and Sahoda that are born of a maiden have him for their father who weddeth the maid. Thou, O Karna, hast been born in this way. Thou art, therefore, morally the son of Pandu. Come, be a king, according to the injunction of the scriptures. On the side of thy father, thou hast the sons of Pritha, on the side of thy mother, thou hast the Vrishnis, for thy kinsmen. O bull among men, know that thou hast these two for thy own. Proceeding this very day with me hence, O sire, let the Pandavas know thee as a son of Kunti born before Yudhishthira. The brothers, the 5 Pandavas, the son of Draupadi, and the invincible son of Subhadra, will all embrace thy feet. All the kings and princes, again, that have been assembled for the Pandavakas, and all the Andhakas and Vrishnis, will also embrace thy feet. Let queens and princesses bring golden and silver and earthen jars, full of water, and delicious herbs, and all kinds of seeds and gems, and creepers, for thy installation. During the 6th period, Draupadi also will come to thee, as a wife. Let that best of Brahmanas, Daumya, of restrained soul, pour libations of clarified butter on the sacred fire, and let those Brahmanas regarding all the 4 Vedas as authoritative, and who are acting as priests unto the Pandavas, perform the ceremony of thy installation. Let the family priest of the Pandavas who is devoted to Vedic rites, and those bulls among men those brothers, the 5 sons of Pandu, and the 5 sons of Draupadi, and the Panchalas, and the Chedis, and myself also, install thee as the Lord of the whole earth. Let Dharma's son Yudhishthira, of righteous soul and rigid vows, be thy heir presumptive, ruling the kingdom under thee. Holding the white chamarite in his hand, for fanning thee, let Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, ride on the same car behind thee. After thy installation is over, let that other son of Kunti, the mighty Bhimasena, hold the white umbrella over thy head. Indeed, Arjuna then will drive thy car furnished with 100 tinkling bells, its sides covered with tiger skins, and with white steeds harnessed to it. Then Nakula and Sadeva, and the 5 sons of Draupadi, and the Panchalas with that mighty car warrior Sikandin, will all proceed behind thee. I myself, with all the Andhakas and the Vrishnis, will walk behind thee. Indeed, all the Dasaras and the Dasarnas will, O king, be numbered with thy relatives. Enjoy the sovereignty of the earth, O thou of mighty arms, with thy brothers the Pandavas, with yapas and homas and auspicious rites of diverse kinds performed in thy honor. Let the Dravidas, with the Kuntalas, the Andhras, and the Talakaras, and the Shuchupas, and the Venupas, all walk before thee. Let chanters and panegyrists praise thee with innumerable laudatory hymns. Let the Pandavas proclaim victory to Vyasasena. Surrounded by the Pandavas, like the moon by the stars, rule thou the kingdom, O son of Kunti, and gladden Kunti herself. Let thy friends rejoice, and thy enemies grieve. Let there be, this day, a brotherly union between thee and thy brothers, the sons of Pandu. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 141. Karna said, Without doubt, O Kesava, thou hast said these words from thy love, affection, and friendship for me, as also in consequence of thy desire of doing me good, O thou of Vrishni's race. I know all that thou hast said unto me. Morally, I am the son of Pandu, as also in consequence of the injunctions of the scriptures, as thou, O Krishna, thinkest. My mother, while a maiden, bore me in her womb, O Janardana, through her connection with Surya. And at the command of Surya himself, she abandoned me as soon as I was born. Even thus, O Krishna, I came into the world. Morally, therefore, I am the son of Pandu. Kunti, however, abandoned me without thinking of my welfare. The Sutta, Adhiratha, as soon as he beheld me, took me to his home, and from her affection for me, Radha's breasts were filled with milk that very day, and she, O Madhava, cleansed my urine and evacuations. How can one like us, conversant with duties and ever engaged in listening to scriptures, deprive her of her pinda? So also Adhiratha of the Sutta class regardeth me as a son, and I too, from affection, always regard him as my father. O Madhava, that Adhiratha, O Janardana, from paternal affection caused all the rites of infancy to be performed on my person, according to the rules prescribed in the scriptures. It is that Adhiratha, again, who caused the name Vyasasena to be bestowed upon me by the Brahmanas. When also I attained to youth, I married wives according to his selections. Through them have been born my sons and grandsons, O Janardana. My heart also, O Krishna, and all the bonds of affection and love are fixed on them. From joy or fear, O Govinda, I cannot venture to destroy those bonds even for the sake of the whole earth or heaps of gold. In consequence also of my connection with Duryodhana of Dhritarashtra's race, I have, O Krishna, enjoyed sovereignty for 13 years without a thorn on my side. I have performed many sacrifices, always however in connection with persons of the Sudha tribe. All my family rites and marriage rites have been performed with the Sudhas. Obtaining me, O Krishna, Duryodhana hath, O thou of Vrishni's race, made this preparations for an armed encounter and provoked hostilities with the sons of Pandu. And it is for this, O Achyuta, that in the battle that will ensue, I, O Krishna, have been chosen as the great antagonist of Arjuna to advance against him in a single combat. For the sake of death, or the ties of blood, or fear, or temptation, I cannot venture, O Janardana, to behave falsely towards the intelligent son of Dhritarashtra. If I do not now engage in a single combat with Arjuna, this will, O Hrishikesa, be inglorious for both myself and Partha. Without doubt, O slayer of Madhu, thou hast told me all this for doing me good. The Pandavas also, obedient as they are to thee, will, without doubt, do all that thou hast said. Thou must, however, conceal this our discourse for the present, O slayer of Madhu. Therein lies our benefit, I think, O delighter of all the Yadavas. If King Yudhishthira, of virtuous soul and well-controlled senses, cometh to know me as the firstborn son of Kunti, he will never accept the kingdom. If, again, O slayer of Madhu, this mighty and swelling empire becometh mine, I shall, O repressor of foes, certainly make it over to Duryodhana only. Let Yudhishthira of virtuous soul become king forever. He that hath Hrishikesa for his guide, and Dhananjaya and that mighty car warrior Bhima for his combatants, as also Nakula and Sadeva, and the sons of Draupadi, is fit, O Madhava, to rule over the whole earth. Drishtadhyumna, the prince of the Panchalas, that mighty car warrior Satyaki, Uttamajas, Udaminyu, the prince of Samakas who is devoted to truth, the ruler of the Chedis, Chekatana, the invincible Sikandin, the Kakaya brothers, all of the hue of Indragopika insects, Bhimasena's uncle Kuntaboja of high soul and possessed of steeds endued with the colors of the rainbow, the mighty car warrior Sayanajit, Sanka the son of Virata, and thyself, O Janardana, like an ocean, great is this assemblage, O Krishna, of Kshatriyas, that hath been made by Yudhishthira. This blazing kingdom, celebrated among all the kings of the earth, is already won by Yudhishthira. O thou of Vrishni's race, a great sacrifice of arms is about to be celebrated by Dhritarashtra's son. Thou, O Janardana, wilt be the Upadrastri of that sacrifice. The office of Adhiryu also, O Krishna, in that sacrifice, will be thine. The eight-bannered Vibhatsu accoutred in mail will be the Hatri, his bow, Gandiva will be the sacrificial ladle, and the prowess of the warriors will be the clarified butter, that is to be consumed. The weapons called Indra, Pasapata, Brahma, and Stunakarna, applied by Arjuna, will, O Madhava, be the mantras of that sacrifice. Resembling his father, or perhaps excelling him in prowess, Subhadra's son, Abhimanyu, will be the chief Vedic hymn to be chanted. That destroyer of elephant ranks, that utterer of fierce roars in battle, that tiger among men, the exceedingly mighty Bhima, will be Udgatri and Prastatri in this sacrifice. King Yudhishthira of virtuous soul, ever engaged in Yapa and Homa, will himself be the Brahma of that sacrifice. The sounds of conchs, tabors, and drums, and the leonine roaring rising high in the welkin, will be the calls upon the invited to eat. The two sons of Madri, Nakula and Sadeva, of great fame and prowess, will be the slayers of the sacrificial animals. Rows of bright cars furnished with standards of variegated hue will, O Govinda, be stakes for tying the animals, O Janardana, in this sacrifice. Barbed arrows and nalikas, and long shafts, and arrows with heads like calves' tooth, will play the part of spoons, wherewith to distribute the soma juice, while tomaris will be the vessels of soma, and bows will be pavitras. The swords will be kapalas, the heads of slain warriors, the puridases and the blood of warriors, the clarified butter. O Krishna, in this sacrifice, the lances and bright maces of the warriors will be pokers for stirring the sacrificial fire, and the corner stakes for keeping the firewood from falling down. The disciples of Drona and Kripa, the son of Saradwat, will be the Sadasyas, assisting priests. The arrows shot by the wielder of Gandiva and by other mighty car warriors, and by Drona and Drona's son, will play the part of ladles for distributing the soma. Satyaki will discharge the duties of the chief assistant of the Adhiryu. Of this sacrifice, Dhritarashtra's son will be installed as the performer, while this vast army will be his wife. O thou of mighty arms, when the nocturnal rites of sacrifice will begin, the mighty Gatotkacha will play the part of the slayer of devoted victims. The mighty Drishtadyumna, who sprang into life from the sacrificial fire, having for its mouth the rites celebrated with mantras, will, O Krishna, be the dakshina of that sacrifice. For those harsh words, O Krishna, that I said before unto the sons of Pandu for the gratification of Dhritarashtra's son, for that wicked conduct of mine, I am consumed with repentance. When, O Krishna, thou wilt behold me slain by Arjuna, then will the punichity of this sacrifice commence. When the second son of Pandu will drink the blood of the loudly roaring Dasasana, then will the soma drinking of this sacrifice have taken place. When the two princes of Panchala, Drishtadyumna and Sikandin, will overthrow Drona and Bhishma, then, O Janardana, will this sacrifice be suspended for an interval. When mighty Bhimasena will slay Duryodhana, then, O Madhava, will this sacrifice of Dhritarashtra's son be concluded. When the wives of Dhritarashtra's sons and grandsons assemble together, deprived, O Kesva, of their husbands and sons and without protectors, will indulge in lamentations with Gandhari in their midst, on the field of battle haunted by dogs and vultures and other carnivorous birds, then, O Janardana, will the final bath of this sacrifice take place. I pray to thee, O bull of the Kshatriya race, let not the Kshatriyas, old in learning and old in years, perish miserably, O Janardana, for thy sake. Oh, let this swelling host of Kshatriyas perish by means of weapons on that most sacred of all spots in the three worlds, viz. Kurukshetra, O Kesva. O thou of eyes like lotus leaves, accomplish on this spot what thou hast in thy mind, so that, O thou of Vrishni's race, the whole Kshatriya order may attain to heaven. As long, O Janardana, as the hills and the rivers will last, so long will the fame of these achievements last. The Brahmanas will recite this great war of the Bharatas. The fame, O thou of Vrishni's race, that they achieve in battles is the wealth that Kshatriyas own. O Kesva, bring Kunti's son, Arjuna, before me for battle, keeping forever this our discourse a secret, O chastiser of foes. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 142. Sanjaya said, hearing these words of Karna, Kesva, that slayer of hostile heroes, spoke unto him these words smilingly, do not the means of winning an empire recommend themselves to thee? O Karna? Wishest thou not to rule over the whole earth given by me to thee? The victory of the Pandavas, therefore, is very certain. There seems to be no doubt in this. The triumphal banner of Pandu's son, with the fierce ape on it, seems to be already set up. The divine artificer, Bhamana, hath applied such celestial illusion in its construction that it standeth high, displayed like Indra's banner. Various celestial creatures of terrific shape, indicating victory, are seen on that standard. Extending for a yojana upwards and all around, that beautiful standard of Arjuna, resembling fire and radiance, is never, O Karna, when set up, obstructed by hills or trees. When thou wilt behold in battle Arjuna, on his car drawn by white steeds and driven by Krishna, applying Indra, Agneya, and Maryuta weapons, and when thou wilt hear the twang of Gandiva piercing the welkin like the very thunder, then all signs of the Krita, the Trita, and the Dwapara ages will disappear, but, instead, Kali embodied will be present. When thou wilt behold in battle Kunti's son, invincible Yudhishthira, devoted to Yapa and Homa and resembling the very sun in brilliance, protecting his own mighty army and burning the army of his foes, then all signs of the Krita, the Trita, and the Dwapara ages will disappear. When thou wilt behold in battle the mighty Bhimasena dancing, after having quaffed the blood of Dasasana, like a fierce elephant with rent temples after having killed the mighty antagonist, then all signs of the Krita, the Trita, and the Dwapara ages will disappear. When thou wilt behold in battle Arjuna checking Drona and Santanu's son, and Kripa and King Suyodhana, and Jayadratha of Sindhu's race, all rushing fiercely to the encounter, then all signs of the Krita, the Trita, and the Dwapara ages will disappear. When thou wilt behold in battle the two mighty sons of Madri, those heroic car warriors, capable of breaking into pieces all hostile cars, agitating, from the very moment when weapons will begin to clash, the army of Dhritarashtra's sons like a couple of infuriated elephants, then all signs of the Krita, the Trita, and the Dwapara ages will disappear. Returning hence, O Karna, say unto Drona and Santanu's son and Kripa that the present month is a delightful one, and that food, drink, and fuel are abundant now. All plants and herbs are vigorous now, all trees full of fruits, and flies there are none. The roads are free from mire, and the waters are of agreeable taste. The weather is neither very hot nor very cold, and is, therefore, highly pleasant. 7 days after will be the day of the new moon. Let the battle commence then, for that day, it hath been said, is presided over by Indra. Say also unto all the kings that have come for battling that I will fully accomplish the desire cherished by them. Indeed, all the kings and princes that are obedient to the orders of Duryodhana, obtaining death by weapons, will attain to an excellent state. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 143. Sanjaya said, hearing these beneficial and auspicious words of Kesava, Karna worshipped Krishna, the slayer of Madhu, and said these words, knowing everything, why dost thou yet, O thou of mighty arms, seek to beguile me? The destruction of the whole earth that is at hand for its cause, Sakuni, and myself, and Dasasana, and King Duryodhana, the son of Dhritarashtra. Without doubt, O Krishna, a great and fierce battle is at hand between the Pandavas and the Kurus, which will cover the earth with bloody mire. All the kings and princes following the lead of Duryodhana, consumed by the fire of weapons, will proceed to the abode of Yama. Diverse frightful visions are seen, O slayer of Madhu, and many terrible portents, and fierce disturbances also. All these omens, making the hairs of the spectators stand on their ends, indicate, O thou of Vrishni's race, the defeat of Dhritarashtra's son and the victory of Yudhishthira. That fierce planet of great effulgence, Saniskara, Saturn, is afflicting the constellation called Rohini, in order to afflict greatly the creatures of the earth. The planet Angaraka, Mars, wheeling, O slayer of Madhu, towards the constellation Jeshtia, approacheth towards Anuratas, indicating a great slaughter of friends. Without doubt, O Krishna, a terrible calamity approacheth the Kurus when specially, O thou of Vrishni's race, the planet Mahapad afflicteth the constellation Chitra. The spot on the lunar disk hath changed its position, and Rahu also approacheth towards the sun. Meteors are falling from the sky with loud noise and trembling motion. The elephants are sending forth frightful cries, while the steeds, O Madhava, are shedding tears, without taking any delight in food and drink. They say, O thou of mighty arms, that on the appearance of these portents, a terrible calamity approacheth, productive of a great slaughter. O Kesva, amongst the steeds, elephants, and soldiers, and all the divisions of Duryodhana's army, it is seen, O slayer of Madhu, that while small is the food these take, ample is the excreta they evaluate. The wise have said that this is an indication of defect. The elephants and steeds of the Pandavas, O Krishna, all seem to be cheerful, while all the animals wheeled along their right. This also is an indication of their success. The same animal, O Kesva, passed by the left side of Duryodhana's army, while incorporeal voices are constantly heard over their heads. All this is an indication of defeat. All auspicious birds, such as peacocks, swans, cranes, chatakas, jivajivas, and large flights of vacas, follow the Pandavas, while vultures, kankas, hawks, rakshasas, wolves and bees, and flights and herds, follow the Kauravas. The drums in the army of Dhritarashtra's son yield no sounds, while those of the Pandavas yield sounds without being struck. The wells in the midst of Duryodhana's encampment send forth loud roars like those of huge bulls. All this is an indication of defeat. The gods are showering flesh and blood, O Madhava, on Duryodhana's soldiers. Vapory edifices of great effulgence with high walls, deep trenches, and handsome porches are suddenly appearing in the skies over the Kuru encampment. A black circle surrounding the solar disk appears to the view. Both twilights at sunrise and sunset indicate great terrors. The jackals yell hideously. All this is an indication of defeat. Diverse birds, each having but one wing, one eye, and one leg, utter terrible cries. All this, O slayer of Madhu, indicates defeat. Fierce birds with black wings and red legs hover over the Kuru encampment at nightfall. All this is an indication of defeat. The soldiers of Duryodhana betray hatred for Brahmanas first, and then for their preceptors, and then for all their affectionate servants. The eastern horizon of Duryodhana's encampment appeareth red, the southern of the hue of weapons, and western, O slayer of Madhu, of an earthy hue. All the quarters around Duryodhana's encampment seem, O Madhava, to be ablaze. In the appearance of all these portents, great is the danger that is indicated. I have in a vision, O Achyuta, beheld Yudhishthira ascending with his brothers a palace supported by 1,000 columns. All of them appeared with white headgears and in white robes. And all of them appeared to me to be seated on white seats. In the midst of the same vision, thou, O Janardana, wast beheld by me to be employed in enveloping the blood-dyed earth with weapons. Yudhishthira at the same time, of immeasurable energy, ascending upon a heap of bones, was gladly eating buttered payasa of a golden cup. I further beheld Yudhishthira to be employed in swallowing the earth handed over to him by thee. This indicates that he will verily rule the earth. I beheld that tiger among men, Vrkodara, of fierce deeds, standing on the summit, mace in hand, and as if devouring this earth. This plainly indicates that he will slay all of us in fierce battle. It is known to me, O Lord of the senses, that victory is there where righteousness is. I saw also Dhananjaya, the wielder of Gandiva, seated on the back of a white elephant, with thee, O Lord of the senses, and blazing forth with great beauty. I have no doubt, O Krishna, that you will slay in battle all the kings headed by Duryodhana. I saw Nakula and Sadeva and that mighty car warrior Satyaki, adorned with white bracelets, white cuirasses, white garlands, and white robes. This tiger among men were seated upon excellent vehicles borne on the shoulders of men. And I saw that umbrellas were held over the heads of all the three. Amongst the soldiers of Dhritarashtra's son, these three, O Janardana, were beheld by me decked with white headgears. Know, O Kesava, that those three were Swathaman, Kripa, and Kritavarman of Satwata's race. All other kings, O Madhava, were seen by me to have blood-red head-ears. I saw also, O thou of mighty arms, that those mighty car warriors Bhishma and Drona, ascending on a vehicle drawn by camels, and by myself, and Dhritarashtra's son, proceeded, O Lord, to the quarter, O Janardana, ruled by Agastya. This indicates that we shall soon have to proceed to Yama's abode. I have no doubt that myself and the other kings, indeed, the entire assemblage of Kshatriyas shall have to enter into the Gandiva fire. Krishna said, indeed, the destruction of the earth is at hand when my words, O Karna, do not become acceptable to thy heart. O sire, when the destruction of all creatures approacheth, wrong assuming the semblance of right leaveth not the heart. Karna said, if, O Krishna, we come out of this great battle that will be so destructive of heroic Kshatriyas, with life, then, O thou of mighty arms, may we meet here again. Otherwise, O Krishna, we shall certainly meet in heaven. O sinless one, it seemeth to me now that there only it is possible for us to meet. Sanjaya said, having spoken these words, Karna closely pressed Madhava to his bosom. Dismissed by Kesava, he then descended from the car. And riding on his own car decked with gold, Radha's son, greatly dejected, came back with us. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 144. Vaisampayana said, upon the failure of Krishna's solicitations for peace, and after he had started for the Pandavas from the Kurus, Kshatriya approached Pritha and said these words slowly in grief, O mother of living children, thou knowest that my inclination is always for peace, and although I cry myself hoarse, yet Suyodhana doth not accept my words. King Yudhishthira, having the Chedis, the Panchalas, and the Kakayas, Bhima and Arjuna, Krishna, Yuyudhana, and the twins for his allies, stayeth yet at Upaplavia, and from affection for kinsmen, looketh up to righteousness only, like a weak man, though he is possessed of great strength. King Dhritarashtra here, though old in years, doth not affect peace, and intoxicated with pride of children, treadeth a sinful path. In consequence of the wickedness of Jayadratha and Karna and Dasasana and Suvala's son, intestine dissensions will break out. They that behave unrighteously towards him that is righteous, verily that sin of theirs soon produceth its consequences. Who is there that will not be filled with sorrow at the sight of the Kurus persecuting righteousness in this way? When Kesava returneth without being able to bring about peace, the Pandavas will certainly address themselves for battle. Thereupon, the sin of the Kurus will lead to a destruction of heroes. Reflecting on all this, I do not get sleep by day or by night. Hearing these words uttered by Vidura, who always wished her sons the accomplishment of their objects, Kunti began to sigh heavily, afflicted with grief, and began to think within herself, fie to wealth, for the sake of which this great slaughter of kinsmen is about to take place. Indeed, in this war, they that are friends will sustain defeat. What can be a greater grief than this, that the Pandavas, the Chedis, the Panchalas, and the Yadavas, assembled together, will fight with the Bharatas? Verily, I behold demerit in war. On the other hand, if we do not fight, poverty and humiliation would be ours. As regards the person that is poor, even death is beneficial to him. On the other hand, the extermination of one's kinsmen is not victory. As I reflect on this, my heart swelleth with sorrow. The grandsire, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, the preceptor, Drona, who was the foremost of warriors, and Karna, having embraced Duryodhana's side, enhance my fears. The preceptor Drona, it seemeth to me, will never fight willingly against his pupils. As regards the grandsire, why will he not show some affection for the Pandavas? There is only this sinful Karna, then, of deluded understanding and ever following the deluded lead of the wicked Duryodhana, that hateth the Pandavas. Obstinately pursuing that which injureth the Pandavas, this Karna is, again, very powerful. It is this which burneth me at present. Proceeding to gratify him, I will today disclose the truth and seek to draw his heart towards the Pandavas. Pleased with me, while I was living in the inner apartments of the palace of my father, Kuntabhoja, the holy Durvasa gave me a boon in the form of an invocation consisting of mantras. Long reflecting with a trembling heart on the strength or weakness of those mantras and the power also of the Brahmana's words, and in consequence also of my disposition as a woman, and my nature as a girl of unripe years, deliberating repeatedly and while guarded by a confidential nurse and surrounded by my waiting maids, and thinking also of how not to incur any reproach, how to maintain the honor of my father, and how I myself might have an accession of good fortune without being guilty of any transgression, I, at last, remembered that Brahmana and bowed to him, and having obtained that mantras from excess of curiosity and from folly, I summoned, during my maidenhood, the god Surya. He, therefore, who was held in my womb during my maidenhood, why should he not obey my words that are certainly acceptable and beneficial to his brothers? And reflecting in this strain, Kunti formed an excellent resolution. And having formed that resolution, she went to the sacred stream called after Bhajaratha. And having reached the banks of Ganga, Pritha heard the chanting of the Vedic hymns by her son, endued with great kindness and firmly devoted to truth. And as Karna stood with face directed to the east and arms upraised, then helpless Kunti, for the sake of her interest stayed behind him, waiting the completion of prayers. And the lady of Vrishni's race, that wife of Kuru's house, afflicted by the heat of the sun, began to look like a faded garland of lotuses. And, at last, she stood in the shade afforded by the upper garments of Karna. And Karna, of regulated vows, said his prayers until his back became heated by the rays of the sun. Then turning behind, he beheld Kunti and was filled with surprise. And saluting him in proper form and with joined palms, that foremost of virtuous persons, endued with great energy and pride, viz., Vrisha, the son of Vikartana, bowed to her and said the following words. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 145. Karna said, I am Karna, son of Radha and Adhiratha. For what, O lady, hast thou come here? Tell me what I am to do for thee. Kunti said, Thou art Kunti's son, and not Radha's. Nor is Adhiratha thy father. Thou, O Karna, art not born in the Sudha order. Believe what I say. Thou wert brought forth by me while a maiden. I held thee first in my womb. O son, thou wert born in the palace of Kuntaraja. O Karna, that divine Surya who blazeth forth in light and mocketh everything visible, O foremost of all wielders of weapons, begot thee upon me. O irresistible one, thou, O son, wert brought forth by me in my father's abode, decked with natural earrings and accoutred in a natural coat of mail, and blazing forth in beauty. That thou, without knowing thy brothers, shouldst, therefore, from ignorance, wait upon Dhritarashtra's son, is not proper. It is improper in thee especially, O son. The gratification of one's father and one's mother, who is the sole displayer of affection for her child, hath, O son, in the matter of ascertaining the duties of men, been declared to be the highest of all duties. acquired formerly by Arjuna, the prosperity of Yudhishthira hath, from avarice, been wrested by wicked persons. Snatching it back from Dhritarashtra's sons, do thou enjoy that prosperity. Let the Kurus behold today the union of Karna and Arjuna. Beholding thee and thy brother united together in bonds of brotherly love, let those wicked persons bow down unto ye. Let Karna and Arjuna be named in the same breath as Rama and Janardana. If you two are united together, what cannot be accomplished in the world? O Karna, surrounded by thy brothers, thou wilt, without doubt, blaze forth like Brahma himself, surrounded by the gods on the platform of a great sacrifice. Endued with every virtue, thou art the first of all my relations. Let not the epithet Suta's son attach to thee. Thou art a partha, endued with great energy. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 146. Vyasa said, after Kunti had said this, Karna heard an affectionate voice issued out of the solar circle. Coming from a great distance, that voice was uttered by Surya himself with paternal affection. And it said, the words said by Pritha are true. O Karna, act according to the words of thy mother. O tiger among men, great good will result to thee if thou fully followest those words. Vyasa continued, though, thus addressed by his mother, and by also his father Surya himself, Karna's heart did not yet waver, for he was firmly devoted to truth. And he said, O Kshatriya lady, I cannot admit what thou hast said, viz., that obedience to thy commands constituteth, in my case, the highest of my duties. O mother, I was abandoned by thee as soon as I was born. This great injury, involving risk to life itself, that thou didst me, hath been destructive of my achievements and fame. If, indeed, I am a Kshatriya, I have, for thee, been deprived of all the rights of a Kshatriya. What enemy would have done me a greater injury? Without showing me mercy, when thou shouldst have shown it, and having kept me divested of all the rights that are obligatory in consequence of the order of my birth, thou wouldst, however, lay thy command on me today. Thou hadst never before sought my good as a mother should. Thou addressest me today, however, desiring to do good to thyself. Who is there that would not be afraid of the Nanjaya having Krishna with him, for the driver of his car? If, therefore, I go today unto the Parthas, who is there that would not regard me as doing so from fright? Hitherto, nobody knew me to be their brother. If, giving out on the eve of battle that I am their brother, I go to the Pandavas, what would all the Kshatriyas say? Furnished with every object of desire, and worshipped by them with a view to make me happy, how can I render that friendship of Dhritarashtra's sons utterly futile? Having provoked hostilities with others, they always wait on me respectfully, and always bow down to me, as the Vasus bow down to Vasva. They think that aided by my might, they are capable of encountering the foe. How can I then frustrate that cherished hope of theirs? With me as their boat, they desire to cross the impassable ocean of battle. How can I then abandon them that are desirous of crossing that ocean which hath no other ferry? This is the time when all those who have been supported by Dhritarashtra's sons should exert themselves for their masters. I shall certainly act for them, reckless of even my life. Those sinful men of unsteady heart, who, well-fed and well-furnished, with every necessary, by their masters, undo the benefit received by them when the time cometh for paying back, are thieves of their masters' cakes, have neither this nor the other world for them. I will not speak deceitfully unto thee. For the sake of Dhritarashtra's son, I shall fight against thy sons to the best of my strength and might. I must not, however, abandon kindness and the conduct that becometh the good. Thy words, therefore, however beneficial, cannot be obeyed by me now. This thy solicitation to me will not yet be fruitless. Except Arjuna, thy other sons, Yudhishthira, Bhima, and the twins, though capable of being withstood by me and tight and capable also of being slain, shall not yet be slain by me. It is with Arjuna alone, among all the combatants of Yudhishthira, that I will fight. Slaying Arjuna in battle, I shall achieve great merit, or slain by Savyasakan, I shall be covered with glory. O famous lady, the number of thy sons will never be less than 5. 5 it will always be either with me, or with Arjuna, and myself slain. Hearing these words of Karna, Kunti, who was trembling with grief, embraced her son, who was unmoved in consequence of his fortitude, and said, Indeed, O Karna, even if what thou sayest seemeth to be possible, the Kauravas will certainly be exterminated. Destiny is all. Thou hast, however, O grinder of foes, granted to 4 of thy brothers the pledge of safety. Let that pledge be borne in thy remembrance at the time of shooting of weapons in battle. And having told all this, Pritha also addressed Karna, saying, Blessed be thou, and let health be thine. And Karna replied unto her, saying, Be it so. And they then left the spot, wending in different directions. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 147. Vaisampayana said, coming back to Upaplavya from Hastinapura, that chastiser of foes, Kesva, represented unto the Pandavas all that had happened, and conferring with them for a long space of time, and holding repeated consultations, Sari went to his own quarters for rest. And dismissing all the kings, with Virata and others at their heads, the 5 brothers the Pandavas, when the sun had set, said their evening prayers. And with hearts ever fixed on Krishna, they began to think of him. And, at last, bringing Krishna of Dasara's race into their midst, they began to deliberate again about what they should do. And Yudhishthira said, O thou of eyes like lotus petals, it behoveth thee to tell us all that thou saidst unto Dhritarashtra's son in the assembly of the Kurus, having gone to Nagapura. Vasudeva said, having gone to Nagapura, I addressed Dhritarashtra's son in the assembly such words as were true, reasonable, and beneficial. That wicked-minded fellow did not, however, accept them. Yudhishthira said, when Duryodhana desired to tread along the wrong path, what did the aged Kuru grandsire say, O Hrishikesa, unto that vindictive prince? What also did the highly blessed preceptor, the son of Bharadvaja, say? And what did his parents Dhritarashtra and Gandhari say? What did our junior father Kshatri, who is the foremost of all persons conversant with virtue, and who is always afflicted with sorrow on account of ourselves whom he regards as his sons, say unto Dhritarashtra's son? What also did all the kings who sat in that assembly say? O Janardana, say it all unto us, exactly as it happened. Thou hast already told us all the disagreeable words that the Kuru chiefs, Bhishma and Dhritarashtra, and others in that assembly of the Kurus said unto the wicked Duryodhana, who is overwhelmed with lust and covetousness, and who regardeth himself wise. Those words, however, O Kesva, have flitted away from my memory. O Govinda, I desire to hear, O Lord, all those words again. Act thou in such a way that the opportunity may not pass away. Thou, O Krishna, art our refuge, thou art our Lord, thou art our guide. Vasudeva said, Hear, O king, the words that were addressed to King Suddhodana in the midst of the assembly of the Kurus, and, O king of kings, bear them in thy mind. After my words were ended, Dhritarashtra's son laughed aloud. Highly incensed at this, Bhishma then said, Hear, O Duryodhana, what I say for the preservation of our race, and having heard it, O tiger among kings, do what is beneficial to thy own house. O sire, O king, my father Santanu was widely known in the world. I was, at first, his only son. A desire sprung up in his heart as to how he might obtain a second son, for the wise say that an only son is no son. Let not my race be extinct, may my fame be spread. Even this was his desire. Knowing this to have been his desire, I procured Kali to become my mother, having myself made a promise highly difficult to observe, for the sake of my father as also for the sake of our race. How, in consequence of that promise, I could not be king and have drawn up my vital seed are, of course, well known to thee. I do not grieve for that. Observing that vow of mine, behold, I am living in happiness and joy. In her, O king, was born my younger brother, that mighty armed and handsome supporter of Kuru's race, viz., Vichitravirya of virtuous soul. After my father's ascension to heaven, I installed Vichitravirya as a ruler of the kingdom that was mine, while I placed myself under him as a servant of his. O King of Kings, I then brought him suitable wives, having vanquished many assembled monarchs. Thou hast heard of it often. Some time after, I was engaged in a single combat with the great Rama. From fear of Rama, my brother fled, the more so as his subject deserted him. During this period, he became very much attached to his wives and accordingly had an attack of phthisis. Upon his death, there was anarchy in the kingdom, and the chief of the gods poured not a drop of rain on the realm. The subjects then, afflicted by fear of hunger, hastened to me and said, Thy subjects are on the point of being exterminated. Be thou our king for the sake of our good. Dispel this drought. Blessed be thou, O perpetuator of Santanu's race. Thy subjects are being greatly afflicted by severe and frightful maladies. Very few of them are still alive. It behoveth thee, O son of Ganga, to save them. Dispel these tortures. O hero, cherish thy subjects righteously. When thou art alive, let not the kingdom go to destruction. Hearing these words of theirs uttered in a weeping voice, my heart was undisturbed. Remembering the behavior of good, I desired to maintain my vow. Then, O king, the citizens, my auspicious mother Kali herself, our servants, the priests and the preceptors of our house, and many brahmanas of great learning, all afflicted with great woe, solicited me to occupy the throne. And they said, When thou art alive, shall the kingdom, ruled by Pratapa, of old, go to ruin? O thou of magnanimous heart, be thou the king for our good. Thus addressed by them, I joined my hands together and, myself filled with grief and greatly afflicted, I represented to them the vow I had made from filial respect. I repeatedly informed them that for the sake of our race, I had vowed to live with vital seed drawn up and forswearing the throne. It was especially for my mother, again, that I did so. I, therefore, begged them not to put me to the yoke. I again joined my hands and conciliated my mother, saying, O mother, begot by Santanu and being a member of Kuru's race, I cannot falsify my promise. I repeatedly told her this. And, O king, I said further, it is for thee especially, O mother, that I took this vow. I am verily thy servant and slave, O mother, thou that art distinguished for parental affection. Having begged my mother and the people thus, I then solicited the great sage Vyasa for begetting children upon the wives of my brother. Indeed, O king, both myself and my mother gratified that rishi. At last, O king, the rishi granted our prayers in the matter of the children. And he begot 3 sons in all, O best of Bharata's race. Thy father was born blind, and in consequence of this congenital defect of a sense, he could not become king. The high-souled and celebrated Pandu became king. And when Pandu became king, his sons must obtain their paternal inheritance. O sire, do not quarrel, give them half the kingdom. When I am alive, what other man is competent to reign? Do not disregard my words. I only wish that there should be peace amongst you. O sire, O king, I make no distinction between thee and them, but love all of you equally. What I have said unto thee represents also the opinion of thy father, of Gandhari, and also of Vidura. The words of those that are old should always be listened to. Do not disregard these words of mine. Do not destroy all thou hast and the earth also. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 148. Vasudeva said, after Bhishma had said these words, Drona, always competent to speak, then addressed Duryodhana in the midst of the assembled monarchs and said these words that are beneficial to thee. And he said, O sire, as Pratapa's son, Santanu, was devoted to the welfare of his race, and as Devavrata, otherwise called Bhishma, was devoted to the welfare of his race, so was the royal Pandu, that king of the Kurus, who was firmly devoted to truth, who had his passions under control, who was virtuous, of excellent vows, and attentive to all duties. Though king by right, that perpetuator of Kuru's race yet made over the sovereignty to his elder brother, Dhritarashtra, endued with great wisdom, and to his younger brother Kshatri, Vidura. And placing this Dhritarashtra of unfading glory on the throne, that royal son of Kuru's race went to the woods with his 2 wives. And that tiger among men, Vidura, with great humility, placing himself in subjection to Dhritarashtra, began to wait on him like a slave, fanning him with the branch of a tender palm. And all the subjects then, O sire, duly tendered their submission to King Dhritarashtra just as they had done to King Pandu himself. And having made over the kingdom to Dhritarashtra and Vidura, that conqueror of hostile cities, Pandu wandered over the whole earth. Always devoted to truth, Vidura then took charge of the finances, gifts, superintendence of the servants of the state, and the feeding of all, while that conqueror of hostile cities, Bhishma, of mighty energy, supervised the making of war and peace and the necessity of making or withholding gifts to kings. When King Dhritarashtra of great strength was on the throne, the high-souled Vidura was near him. Born in Dhritarashtra's race, how dost thou venture to bring about a disunion in the family? Uniting with thy brothers, the Pandavas, enjoy all objects of enjoyment. O king, I do not say this to you from cowardice, nor for the sake of wealth. I am enjoying the wealth that Bhishma gave me, and not thou, O best of kings. I do not desire, O king, to have from thee my means of sustenance. Where Bhishma is, there Drona must be. Do what Bhishma hath told thee. O grinder of foes, give unto the sons of Pandu half the kingdom. O sire, I acted as their preceptor as much as thine. Indeed, even as a Swathaman is to me, so is Arjuna of white steeds. What use is there of much declamation? Victory is there where righteousness is. Vasudeva continued, after Drona, of immeasurable energy, had said this, the virtuous Vidura then, O king, who was devoted to truth, said these words, turning towards his uncle, Bhishma, and looking at his face. And Vidura said, O Devavrata, attend to the words I speak. This race of Kuru, when it became extinct, was revived by thee. It is for this that thou art indifferent to my lamentations now. In this our race, its stain is this Duryodhana, whose inclinations are followed by thee, although he is enslaved by avarice, and is wicked and ungrateful and deprived of his senses by lust. The Kurus will certainly bear consequence of the acts of that Duryodhana who transgresseth the command of his father, observant of virtue and profit. O great king, act thou so that the Kurus may not perish. Like a painter producing a picture, it was thou, O king, who hadst caused me and Dhritarashtra to spring into life. The Creator, having created creatures, destroys them again. Do not act like him. Seeing before thy very eyes this extinction of thy race, be not indifferent to it. If, however, thy understanding is gone in consequence of the universal slaughter that is at hand. Go then to the woods, taking me and Dhritarashtra with thee. Otherwise, binding this very day wicked Duryodhana that hath deceit for his wisdom, rule this kingdom with the sons of Pandu guarding it around. Relent, O tiger among kings. A great slaughter of the Pandavas, the Kurus, and of other kings of immeasurable energy is before us. Having said this, Vidura ceased, his heart overflowing with sorrow. And reflecting on the matter, he began to draw repeated sighs. Then the daughter of King Suvala, alarmed at the prospect of the destruction of a whole race, said, from wrath, these words fraught with virtue and profit, to cruel Duryodhana of wicked heart, in the presence of the assembled monarchs, let all the kings present in this royal assembly and let the regenerate rishis that form the other members of this conclave listen to me, as I proclaim the guilt of thy sinful self backed by all thy counselors. The kingdom of the Kurus is enjoyable in due order of succession. Even this hath always been the custom of our race. Of sinful soul and exceedingly wicked in acts, thou seekest the destruction of the Kuru kingdom by thy unrighteousness. Wise Dhritarashtra is in possession of the kingdom, having Vidura of great foresight under him as his adviser. Passing over these two, why, O Duryodhana, dost thou, from delusion, covet the sovereignty now? Even the high-souled king and kshatri, when Bhishma is alive, should both be subordinate to him. Indeed, this foremost of men, this offspring of Ganga, the high-souled Bhishma, in consequence of his righteousness, doth not desire the sovereignty. It is for this reason that this invincible kingdom became Pandu's. His sons, therefore, are masters today and no other. The extensive kingdom, then by paternal right, belongeth to the Pandavas, and their sons and grandsons in due order. Observing the customs of our race and the rule with respect to our kingdom, we all fully accomplish that which this high-souled and wise chief of the Kurus, Devavrata, firmly adhering to truth, saith, let this king, Dhritarashtra, and Vidura also, at the command of Bhishma of great vows, proclaim the same thing. Even that is an act that should be done by those that are well-wishers of this race. Keeping virtue in front, let Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, guided by King Dhritarashtra and urged by Santanu's son, rule for many long years this kingdom of the Kurus lawfully obtainable by him. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 149. Vasudeva said, after Gandhari had said this, that ruler of men, Dhritarashtra, then said these words to Duryodhana in the midst of the assembled monarchs, O Duryodhana, listen, O son, to what I say, and blessed be thou, do that if thou hast any respect for thy father. The lord of creatures, Soma, was the original progenitor of the Kuru race. Sixth in descent from Soma was Yayati, the son of Nahusha. Yayati had 5 best of royal sages as his sons. Amongst them, Lord Yedu of mighty energy was the eldest born. Younger to Yedu was Puru, who, as our progenitor, brought forth by Sarmastha the daughter of Vrishaparvan. Yedu, O best of the Bharatas, was born of Devyani and, therefore, O sire, was the daughter's son of Sukra, otherwise called Kavya, of immeasurable energy. Endued with great strength and prowess, that progenitor of the Yadavas, filled with pride and possessed of wicked understanding, humiliated all the Kshatriyas. Intoxicated with pride of strength, he obeyed not the injunctions of his father. Invincible in battle, he insulted his father and brother. On this earth girt on 4 sides by the sea, Yedu became all-powerful, and reducing all to subjection, he established himself in this city called after the elephant. His father Yayati, the son of Nahusha, enraged with him, cursed that son of his, and, O son of Gandhari, even expelled him from the kingdom. Angry Yayati also cursed those brothers of Yadu who were obedient to that eldest brother of theirs, who was so proud of his strength. And having cursed these sons, that best of kings placed on his throne his youngest son Puru, who was docile and obedient to him. Thus even the eldest son may be passed over and deprived of the kingdom, and younger sons may, in consequence of their respectful behavior to the aged, obtain the kingdom. So also, conversant with every virtue, there was my father's grandfather, King Pratapa, who was celebrated over the 3 worlds. Unto that lion among kings, who ruled his kingdom virtuously, were born 3 sons of great fame and resembling 3 gods. Of them, Devapi was the eldest, Valaka the next, and Santanu of great intelligence, who, O sire, was my grandfather, was the youngest. Devapi, endued with great energy, was virtuous, truthful in speech, and ever engaged in waiting upon his father. But that best of kings had a skin disease. Popular with both the citizens and the subjects of the provinces, respected by the good, and dearly loved by the young and the old, Devapi was liberal, firmly adhering to truth, engaged in the good of all creatures, and obedient to the instructions of his father as also of the Brahmanas. He was dearly loved by his brother Valaka as also the high-souled Santanu. Great, indeed, was the brotherly love that prevailed between him and his high-souled brothers. In course of time, the old and best of kings, Pratapa, caused all preparations to be made according to the scriptures for the installation of Devapi on the throne. Indeed, the Lord Pratapa caused every auspicious preparation. The installation of Devapi, however, was forbidden by the Brahmanas and all aged persons amongst the citizens and the inhabitants of the provinces. Hearing that the installation of his son was forbidden, the voice of the old king became choked with tears, and he began to grieve for his son. Thus, though Devapi was liberal, virtuous, devoted to truth, and loved by the subjects, yet in consequence of his skin disease, he was excluded from his inheritance. The gods do not approve of a king that is defective of a limb. Thinking of this, those bulls among Brahmanas forbade King Pratapa to install his eldest son. Devapi then, who was defective of one limb, beholding the king, his father, prevented from installing him on the throne, and filled with sorrow on his account, retired into the woods. As regards Valaka, abandoning his paternal kingdom, he dwelt with his maternal uncle. Abandoning his father and brother, he obtained the highly wealthy kingdom of his maternal grandfather. With Valaka's permission, O Prince, Santanu of worldwide fame, on the death of his father, Pratapa, became king and ruled the kingdom. In this way also, O Bharata, though I am the eldest, yet being defective of a limb, I was excluded from the kingdom by intelligent Pandu, no doubt, after much reflection. And Pandu himself, though younger to me in age, obtained the kingdom and became king. At his death, O chastiser of foes, that kingdom must pass to his sons. When I could not obtain the kingdom, how canst thou covet it? Thou art not the son of a king, and, therefore, hast no right to this kingdom. Thou, however, desirest to appropriate the property of others. High-souled Yudhishthira is the son of a king. This kingdom is lawfully his. Of magnanimous soul, even he is the ruler and lord of this race of Kuru. He is devoted to truth, of clear perception, obedient to the counsels of friends, honest, loved by the subjects, kind to all well-wishers, master of his passions, and the chastiser of all that are not good. Forgiveness, renunciation, self-control, knowledge of the scriptures, mercy to all creatures, competence to rule according to the dictates of virtue, of all these attributes of royalty exist in Yudhishthira. Thou art not the son of a king, and art always sinfully inclined towards thy relatives. O wretch, how canst thou succeed in appropriating this kingdom that lawfully belongeth to others? Dispelling this delusion, give half the kingdom with a share of the animals and other possessions. Then, O king, mayest thou hope to live for some time with thy younger brothers. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 150. Vasudeva said, though thus addressed by Bhishma, and Drona, and Vidura, and Gandhari, and Dhritarashtra, that wicked wight could not yet be brought to his senses. On the other hand, the wicked Duryodhana, disregarding them all, rose and left the assembly with eyes red in anger. And all the kings, invited by him, prepared to lay down their lives, followed him behind. King Duryodhana then repeatedly ordered those wicked-hearted rulers, saying, Today constellation Pushya is ascendant, march ye, this very day, to Kurukshetra. Impelled by fate, those monarchs then, with their soldiers, gladly set out, making Bhishma their generalissimo. 11 Akshahinis of troops have been, O king, assembled for the Kauravas. At the head of that host shineth Bhishma, with the device of the Palmyra on the banner of his car. In view, therefore, of what hath happened, do now, O monarch, that which seemeth to be proper. I have told thee, O king, everything that, O Bharata, that was said by Bhishma, Drona, Vidura, Gandhari, and Dhritarashtra, in my presence. The arts beginning with conciliation were all, O king, employed by me from desire of establishing brotherly feelings between yourselves and your cousins for the preservation of this race and for the growth and prosperity of the earth's population. When conciliation failed, I employed the art of producing dissensions and mentioned, ye Pandavas, all your ordinary and extraordinary feats. Indeed, when Suryodhana showed no respect for the conciliatory words I spoke, I caused all the kings to be assembled together and endeavored to produce dissension amongst them. Extraordinary and awful and terrible and superhuman indications, O Bharata, were then manifested by me. O Lord, rebuking all the kings, making a straw of Suryodhana, terrifying Ratha's son, and repeatedly censuring Suvala's son for the gambling match of Dhritarashtra's sons, and once again endeavoring to disunite all the kings by means of both words and intrigues, I again had recourse to conciliation. For the unity of Kuru's race and in view of the special requirements of the business at hand, I spoke also of gift. Indeed, I said, those heroes, the sons of Pandu, sacrificing their pride, will live in dependence on Dhritarashtra, Bhishma, and Vidura. Let the kingdom be given to thee. Let them have no power. Let it all be as the king, Dhritarashtra, as Ganga's son, Bhishma, and as Vidura say for thy good. Let the kingdom be thine. Relinquish but 5 villages to the Pandavas. O best of kings, without doubt they deserve to be supported by thy father. Though addressed thus, that wicked soul do not still give you your share. I, therefore, see that chastisement, and nothing else, is now the means that should be employed against those sinful persons. Indeed, all those kings have already marched to Kurukshetra. I have now told thee everything that had happened in the assembly of the Kurus. They will not, O son of Pandu, give thee thy kingdom without battle. With death waiting before them, they have all become the cause of a universal destruction. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 151. Vaisampayana said, hearing these words of Janardana, King Yudhishthira the just, a virtuous soul, addressed his brothers in the presence of Kesava and said, Ye have heard all that had happened in the court of the assembled Kurus. Ye have also understood the words uttered by Kesava. Ye, best of men, draw up, therefore, my troops now in battle array in which they are to fight. Here are 7 Akshahinis of troops assembled for our victory. Hear the names of those 7 celebrated warriors that would lead those 7 Akshahinis. They are Drupada, and Virata, and Drishtadyumna, and Sikandin, and Satyaki, Chekatana, and Bhimasena of great energy. Those heroes will be the leaders of my troops. All of them are conversant with the Vedas. Endued with great bravery, all of them have practiced excellent vows. Possessed of modesty, all of them are conversant with policy, and accomplished in war. Well skilled in arrows and weapons, all of them are competent in the use of every kind of weapon. Tell us now, O Sadeva, O son of Kuru's race, who that warrior is conversant with all kinds of battle array, that may become the leader of these seven and may also withstand in battle Bhishma, who is like unto a fire having arrows for its flames. Give us thy own opinion, O tiger among men, as who is fit to be our generalissimo. Sadeva said, closely related to us, sympathizing with us in our distress, endued with great might, conversant with every virtue, skilled in weapons, and irresistible in battle, the mighty king of the Matsyas, Virata, relying upon whom we hope to recover our share of the kingdom, will be able to bear in battle both Bhishma and all those mighty Kar warriors. Vaisampayana continued, after Sadeva had said this, eloquent Nakula then said these words, he that in years, and knowledge of scriptures, and perseverance, and family and birth, is respectable, he that is endued with modesty, strength, and prosperity, he that is well versed in all branches of learning, he that studied the science of weapons, with the sage Bharadvaja, he who is irresistible and firmly devoted to truth, he that always challenges Drona and mighty Bhishma, he that belongs to one of the foremost of royal houses, he that is a famous leader of hosts, he that resembles a tree of 100 branches in consequence of sons and grandsons that surround him, that king, who, with his wife, performed, moved by wrath, the austerest of penances for the destruction of Drona, that hero, who is an ornament of assemblies, that bull among monarchs who always cherishes us like a father, that father-in-law of ours, Drupada, should be our generalissimo. It is my opinion that he will be able to withstand both Drona and Bhishma rushing to battle, for that king is the friend of Anjira's descendant Drona and is conversant with celestial weapons. After the two sons of Madri had thus expressed their individual opinions, Vasva's son, Savyasakan, who was equal to Vasva himself, said these words, this celestial person of the hue of fire and endued with mighty arms, who sprang into life through the power of ascetic penances and the gratification of sages, who issued from the sacrificial firehole armed with bow and sword, accoutred in armor of steel, mounted on a car unto which were yoked excellent steeds of the best breed, and the clatter of whose car wheels was as deep as the roar of mighty masses of clouds. This hero, endued with that energy and strength and resembling the very lion in his frame of body and prowess, and possessed of leonine shoulders, arms, chest, and voice like the lion's roar, this hero of great effulgence, this warrior of handsome brows, fine teeth, round cheeks, long arms, of stout make, excellent thighs, large expansive eyes, excellent legs, and strong frame. This prince who is incapable of being penetrated by weapons of any kind, and who looks like an elephant with rent temples, this Drishtadyumna, truthful in speech, and with passions under control, was born for the destruction of Drona. It is this Drishtadyumna, I think, that will be able to bear Bhishma's arrows which strike with the vehemence of the thunderbolt and look like snakes with blazing mouths, which resemble the messengers of Yama in speed, and fall like flames of fire, consuming everything they touch, and which were borne before by Rama alone in battle. I do not, O king, see the man except Drishtadyumna, who is able to withstand Bhishma of great vows. This is just what I think. Endued with great lightness of hand and conversant with all the modes of warfare, accoutred in coat of mail that is incapable of being penetrated by weapons, this handsome hero, resembling the leader of a herd of elephants, is, according to my opinion, fit to be our generalissimo. Bhima then said, that son of Drupada, Sikandin, who was born for the destruction of Bhishma, as is said, O king, by the sages and siddhas assembled together, whose form on the field of battle, while displaying celestial weapons, will be seen by men to resemble that of the illustrious Rama himself. I see not, O king, the person who is able to pierce with weapons that Sikandin, when he is stationed for battle on his car, accoutred in mail. Except the heroic Sikandin, there is no other warrior who is able to slay Bhishma in single combat. It is for this, O king, that I think Sikandin is fit to be our generalissimo. Yudhishthira said, O sire, the strength and weakness, might and feebleness of everything in the universe, and the intentions of every person here, are well known to virtuous Kesva. Skilled or unskilled in weapons, old or young, let him be the leader of my forces, who may be indicated by Krishna of Dasara's race. Even he is the root of our success or defeat. In him are our lives, our kingdom, our prosperity and adversity, our happiness and misery. Even he is the ordainer and creator. In him is established the fruition of our desires. Let him, therefore, be the leader of our host, who may be named by Krishna. Let that foremost of speakers say, for the night approacheth. Having selected our leader, worshipped our weapons with offerings of flowers and perfumes, we will, at daybreak, under Krishna's orders march to the field of battle. Vyasa continued, hearing these words of the intelligent king, Yudhishthira the just, the lotus-eyed Krishna said, eyeing the Nanjaya, the white, O king, I fully approve of all those powerful warriors whom ye have named for becoming the leaders of thy troops. All of them are competent to withstand thy foes. Indeed, they can frighten Indra himself in great battle, let alone the covetous and wicked-minded sons of Dhritarashtra. O thou of mighty arms, for thy good I made great efforts to prevent the battle by bringing about peace. By that we have been freed from the debt we owe to virtue. Fault-finding persons will not be able to reproach us for anything. Foolish Duryodhana, destitute of understanding, regardeth himself as skilled in weapons, and though really weak thinketh himself to be possessed of strength. Array thy troops soon, for slaughter is the only means by which they can be made to yield to our demands. Indeed, the sons of Dhritarashtra will never be able to keep their ground when they will behold Dhananjaya with Yuyudhana as his second, and Abhimanyu, and the 5 sons of Draupadi, and Virata, and Drupada, and the other kings of fierce prowess, all lords of Akshahinis. Our army is possessed of great strength, and is invincible and incapable of being withstood. Without doubt, it will slay the Dhritarashtra host. As regards our leader, I would name that chastiser of foes, Drishtadyumna. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 152. Vyasa said, when Krishna had said this, all the monarchs there were filled with joy. And the shout sent forth by those delighted kings was tremendous. And the troops began to move about with great speed, saying, draw up, draw up. And the neighing of steeds and roars of elephants and the clatter of car wheels and the blare of conchs and the sound of drums, heard everywhere, produced a tremendous din. And teeming with cars and foot soldiers and steeds and elephants, that invincible host of the marching Pandavas moving hither and thither, donning their coats of mail, and uttering their war cries, looked like the impetuous current of the Ganga when at its full, agitated with fierce eddies and waves. And in the van of that host marched Bhimasena, and the 2 sons of Madri encased in their coats of mail, and Subhadra's son, and the 5 sons of Draupadi and Drishtadyumna of Prashada's race. And the Prabhadrakas and the Panchalas marched behind Bhimasena. And the din made by the marching hosts, filled with joy, was like unto the roars of the deep when the tide is highest on the day of the new moon. Indeed, the tumult was such that it seemed to reach the very heavens. And capable of breaking hostile ranks, those warriors cased in armor marched thus, filled with joy. And Kunti's son, King Yudhishthira, amongst them marched, taking with him the cars and other vehicles for transport, the food stores and fodder, the tents, carriages, and draft cattle, the cash chests, the machines and weapons, the surgeons and physicians, the invalids, and all the emaciated and weak soldiers, and all the attendants and camp followers. And truthful Draupadi, the princess of Panchala, accompanied by the ladies of the household, and surrounded by servants and maids, remained at Upaplavia. And causing their treasure and ladies to be guarded by bodies of soldiers, some of whom were placed as permanent lines of circumvallation, and some ordered to move about at a distance from this line, the Pandavas set out with their mighty host. And having made presents of kine and gold to the Brahmanas, who walked around them and uttered blessings, the sons of Pandu commenced the march on their cars decked with jewels. And the princes of Kakaya, and Drishtaketu, and the son of the king of the Kasis, and Srinamat, and Vasudana, and the invincible Sikandin, all hale and hearty, cased in armor and armed with weapons and decked with ornaments, marched behind Yudhishthira, keeping him in their center. And in the rear were Virata, Yajnasena's son of the Somaka race, Drishtadyumna, Suserman, Kuntabhoja, Drishtadyumna's sons, 40,000 cars, 5 times as much cavalry, infantry 10 times more numerous than the last, and 60,000 elephants. And Anadrishti, and Chekatana, and Drishtaketu, and Satyaki all marched, surrounding Vasudeva and Dhananjaya. And reaching the field of Kurukshetra with their forces in battle array, those smiters, the sons of Pandu, looked like roaring bulls. And entering the field, those chastisers of foes blew their conchs. And Vasudeva and Dhananjaya also blew their conchs. And hearing the blare of the conch called Panchajanya, which resembled the roll of the thunder, all the warriors of the Pandava army were filled with joy. And the leonine roars of those warriors, endued with lightness of hand and speed of motion, mingling with the blare of conchs and beat of drums, made the whole earth, the welkin, and the oceans resound therewith. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 153. Vaisampayana said, King Yudhishthira then caused his troops to encamp on a part of the field that was level, cool, and abounding with grass and fuel. Avoiding cemeteries, temples, and compounds consecrated to the deities, asylums of sages, shrines, and other sacred plots. Kunti's high-souled son, Yudhishthira, pitched his camp on a delightful, fertile, open, and sacred part of the plain. And rising up, again, after his animals had been given sufficient rest, the king set out joyously surrounded by hundreds and thousands of monarchs. And Kesva, accompanied by Partha, began to move about, scattering numerous soldiers of Dhritarashtra, kept as outposts. And Drishtadyumna of Prashada's race, and that mighty car warrior of great energy, viz., Yuyudhana, otherwise called Satyaki, measured the ground for the encampment. And arrived, O Bharata, at the holy Hiran Wadi which flows through Kurukshetra, which was filled with sacred water, and whose bed was divested of pointed pebbles and mire, and which was regarded as an excellent tirtha. Kesva caused a moat to be excavated there, and for its protection stationed a sufficient number of troops with proper instructions. And the rules that were observed in respect of the tents of the high-souled Pandavas were followed by Kesva in the matter of the tents he caused to be set up for the kings that came as their allies. And, O monarch, costly tents, incapable of being attacked, apart from one another, were, by hundreds and thousands, set up for those kings on the surface of the earth that looked like palatial residences and abounded with fuels and edibles and drinks. And there were assembled hundreds upon hundreds of skilled mechanics, in receipt of regular wages, and surgeons and physicians, well versed in their own science, and furnished with every ingredient they might need. And King Yudhishthira caused to be placed in every pavilion large quantities, high as hills, of bowstrings and bows and coats of mail and weapons, honey and clarified butter, pounded lac, water, fodder of cattle, chaff and coals, heavy machines, long shafts, lances, battle axes, bowstaffs, breastplates, scimitars, and quivers. And innumerable elephants cased in plates of steel with prickles thereon, huge as hills, and capable of fighting with hundreds and thousands, were seen there. And learning that the Pandavas had encamped on that field, their allies, O Bharata, with their forces and animals, began to march thither. And many kings who had practiced Brahmacharya vows, drunk, consecrated, soma, and had made large presents to Brahmanas at sacrifices, came there for the success of the sons of Pandu. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 154. Janamejaya said, hearing that Yudhishthira had, with his troops, marched from the desire of battle and encamped on Kurukshetra, protected by Vasudeva, and aided by Virata and Drupada with their sons, and surrounded by the Kakayas, the Vrishnis, and other kings by hundreds, and watched over by numerous mighty car warriors, like the great Indra himself by the Adityas, what measures were concerted by King Duryodhana. O high-souled one, I desire to hear in detail all that happened in Kurujangala on that frightful occasion. The son of Pandu, with Vasudeva and Virata and Drupada and Drishtadyumna, the Panchala prince, and that mighty car warrior Sikandin and powerful Udamanyu, incapable of being resisted by the very gods, might trouble the deities themselves in battle with Indra at their head. I, therefore, desire to hear in detail, O thou that art possessed of wealth of asceticism, all the acts of the Kurus and the Pandavas as they had happened. Vaisampayana said, when he of Dasara's race had departed from the Kuru court, King Duryodhana, addressing Karna and Dasasana and Sakuni, said these words, Kesva hath gone to the sons of Pritha, without having been able to achieve his object. Filled with wrath as he is, he will surely stimulate the Pandavas. A battle between myself and Pandavas is much desired by Vasudeva. Bhimasena and Arjuna are ever of the same mind with him. Yudhishthira, again, is very much under the influence of Bhimasena. Before this, Yudhishthira with all his brothers was persecuted by me. Virata and Drupada, whom I had waged hostilities with, obedient to Vasudeva, both of them have become the leaders of Yudhishthira's host. The battle, therefore, that will take place, will be a fierce and terrific one. Casting off all sloth, cause every preparation to be made for the encounter. Let the kings, my allies, pitch their tents by hundreds and thousands on Kurukshetra, all of which must be spacious, and capable of being approached by enemies, near enough to places abounding with water and fuel, and such positions that the communications thereto for sending supplies may not be stopped at any time by the foe, full of weapons of diverse kinds, and decked with streamers and flags. Let the road from our city to the camp be made level for their march. Let it be proclaimed this very day, without loss of time, that our march will commence tomorrow. Hearing these words of the king, they said, so be it, and when the morrow came, those high-souled persons did everything they had been commanded to do for the accommodation of the monarchs. And all those monarchs, meanwhile, hearing the king's command, rose up from their costly seats, with wrath having the foe for its objects. And they began to slowly rub their mace-like arms, blazing with bracelets of gold, and decked with the paste of sandal and other fragrant substances. And they also commenced, with those lotus-like hands of theirs, to wear their headgears and lower and upper garments and divers kinds of ornaments. And many foremost of car warriors began to superintend the furnishing of their cars, and persons conversant with horse lore began to harness their steeds, while those versed in matters relating to elephants began to equip those huge animals. And all those warriors began to wear diverse kinds of beautiful armor made of gold, and arm themselves with diverse weapons. And the foot soldiers began to take up various kinds of arms, and case their bodies in various kinds of armor decorated with gold. And, O Bharata, the city of Duryodhana then, filled as it was with rejoicing millions, wore the bright aspect of a festive occasion. And, O king, the Kuru capital at the prospect of battle looked like the ocean on the appearance of the moon, with the vast crowds of humanity representing its waters with their eddies, the cars, elephants, and horses representing its fishes, the tumult of conchs and drums, its roar, the treasure chests, its jewels and gems, the diverse kinds of ornaments and armor its waves, the bright weapons its white foam, the rows of houses, the mountains on its beach, and the roads and shops, like lakes. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 155. Vyasa said, recollecting the words spoken by Vasudeva, Yudhishthira once more addressed that scion of Vrishni's race, saying, How, O Kesava, could wicked Duryodhana say it? O thou of unfading glory, what should we do in view of the occasion that hath come? By acting, in what way may we keep on the track of our duty? Thou, O Vasudeva, art acquainted with the views of Duryodhana, Karna, and Sakuni, the son of Suvala. Thou knowest also what views are entertained by myself and my brothers. Thou hast heard the words uttered by both Vidura and Bhishma. O thou of great wisdom, thou hast also heard in their entirety the words of wisdom spoken by Kunti. Overlooking all these, tell us, O thou of mighty arms, after reflection, and without hesitation, what is for our good? Hearing these words of King Yudhishthira the just, that were fraught with virtue and profit, Krishna replied, in a voice deep as that of the clouds or cymbals, saying, responding to his advantage and consistent with both virtue and profit, those words that were uttered by me in the Kuru court found no response in the Kuru prince Duryodhana, with whom deceit supplieth the place of wisdom. That wretch of wicked understanding listeneth not in the least to the counsels of Bhishma or Vidura or mine. He transgresseth everybody. He wisheth not to earn virtue, nor doth he wish for fame. That wicked-souled wight, relying upon Karna, regardeth everything as already won. Indeed, Suryodhana of wicked heart and sinful in his resolves, even ordered my incarceration, but he did not, however, obtain the fruition of that wish. Neither Bhishma nor Drona said anything on that subject. Indeed, all of them followed Duryodhana, except Vidura, O thou of unfading glory, Sakuni, the son of Suvala, and Karna, and Dusasana, all equally foolish, gave foolish and vindictive Duryodhana much improper advice regarding thee. Indeed, what use is there in my repeating to thee all that the Kuru prince hath said? In brief, that wicked-souled wight beareth no good will towards thee. Not even in all these kings together, that form thy army, is that measure of sinfulness and wickedness which resideth in Duryodhana alone. As regards ourselves, we do not desire to make peace with the Kauravas by abandoning our property. War, therefore, is that which should now take place. Vyasa continued, hearing these words uttered by Vasudeva, all the kings, there present, O Bharata, without saying anything, looked at Yudhishthira's face. And Yudhishthira, understanding the intention of those monarchs, said, with Bhima and Arjuna and the twins, draw up the troops in battle array. And the word of command having been passed, a great uproar rose amongst the Pandava army, and all the soldiers were filled with joy. King Yudhishthira the just, however, beholding the impending slaughter of those that deserved not to be slain, began to sigh deeply, and addressing Bhimasena and Vijaya, said, that for the sake of which I accepted an exile into the woods, and for which I suffered so much misery, that great calamity overtaketh us of a set purpose. That for which we strove so much leaveth us as if on account of our very striving. On the other hand, a great distress overtaketh us, although we did nothing to invite it. How shall we fight with those reverend superiors of ours, whom we on no account can slay? What kind of victory shall we achieve by slaying our preceptors of venerable age? Hearing these words of King Yudhishthira the Just, Savyasachan repeated to his elder brother all those words that Vasudeva had said. And addressing Yudhishthira, Arjuna continued, Thou hast, O king, certainly understood all the words spoken by Kunti and Vidura that were repeated to thee by Devki's son. I know it for certain that neither Vidura nor Kunti would say anything that is sinful. Besides this, O son of Kunti, we cannot withdraw without engaging in battle. Hearing this speech of Savyasachan, Vasudeva also said unto Partha, It is even so, as thou hast said. The sons of Pandu then, O great king, made up their minds for war, and passed that night with their soldiers in great happiness. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 156. Vaisampayana said, after that night had passed away, King Duryodhana, O Bharata, distributed, in proper order, his 11 akshahinis of troops. And arranging his men, elephants, cars, and steeds, into 3 classes, viz., superior, middling, and inferior, the king distributed them amongst his divisions, by placing them in the van, center, and rear of the ranks, and furnished with timber and planks for repairing the damages their cars might sustain in the press of battle, with large quivers borne on cars, with tiger skins and other stiff leather for enveloping the sides of cars, with barbed javelins to be hurled by the hand, with quivers borne on the backs of steeds and elephants, with long-handled spears of iron and missiles, with quivers borne on the backs of foot soldiers with heavy clubs of woods, with flagstaffs and banners, with long heavy shafts, shot from bows, with diverse kinds of nooses and lassos, with armor of various kinds, with short-pointed clubs of wood, with oil, treacle, and sand, with earthen pots filled with poisonous snakes, with pulverized lac and other inflammable matter, with short spears furnished with tinkling bells, with diverse weapons of iron, and machines for hurling hot treacle, water, and stones, with whistling clubs of hard wood, with wax and heavy mallets, with clubs of wood having iron spikes, with plow-poles and poisoned darts, with long syringes for pouring warm treacle and planks of cane, with battle-axes and forked lances with spiked gauntlets, with axes and pointed iron spikes, with cars having their sides covered with skins of tigers and leopards, with sharp-edged circular planks of wood, with horns, with javelins and various other weapons of attack, with axes of the Kuthara species, and spades, with cloths steeped in oil, and with clarified butter, the divisions of Duryodhana, glittering with robes embroidered with gold and decked with various kinds of jewels and gems, and consisting of warriors endued with handsome persons, blazed forth like fire, and cased in coats of mail and well-skilled in weapons, accomplished in horse-lore, brave persons of good birth were employed as car-drivers. And all the cars were furnished with various drugs, and with horses having rows of bells and pearls on their heads, and with banners and flagstaffs, and with ornaments gracing their steeples and turrets, and with shields, swords, and lances, and javelins and spiked maces. And unto each of those cars were yoked 4 steeds of the best breed. And upon each of them were kept 100 bows. And each car had 1 driver in charge of the couple of steeds in front, and 2 drivers in charge of the couple of steeds attached to the wheels on the 2 sides. And both of the last-mentioned drivers were skilled car warriors, while the car warrior himself was also skilled in driving steeds. And thousands of cars thus furnished and decked with gold, and protected like fortified town and incapable of being conquered by foes, were stationed on all sides. And the elephants also were furnished with rows of bells and pearls, and decked with diverse ornaments. And on the back of each of those animals mounted 7 warriors. And in consequence of such accoutrements those animals looked like hills graced with jewels. And amongst the 7, 2 were armed with hooks, 2 were excellent bowmen, 2 were first-rate swordsmen, and 1, O king, was armed with a lance and trident. And, O king, the army of the illustrious Kuru king, teemed with innumerable infuriate elephants, bearing on their backs loads of weapons and quivers filled with arrows. And there were also thousands of steeds ridden by brave soldiers, accoutred in mail, decked in ornaments, and furnished with flags. And numbering in hundreds and thousands, all those steeds were free from the habit of scratching the ground with their forehoofs. And they were all well trained, and decked with ornaments of gold, and exceedingly obedient to their riders. And of foot soldiers, there were hundreds of thousands of diverse mien, accoutred in armors of diverse kinds, and armed also with weapons of diverse species, and decked with golden ornaments. And unto each car were assigned 10 elephants, and unto each elephant 10 horses, and unto each horse 10 foot soldiers, as protectors. Again, a large body of troops was kept as a reserve for rallying the ranks that would be broken. And this reserve consisted of cars, unto each of which were attached 50 elephants, and unto each elephant were attached 100 horses, and unto each horse were attached 7 foot soldiers. 500 cars, as many elephants, 1,500 horses, and 2,500 foot soldiers constitute a sena. 10 senas constitute a pratana, and 10 pratanas a vahini. In common parlance, however, the words sena, vahini, pratana, dwajini, chamu, akshahini, and varathini are used in the same sense. It was thus that the intelligent Kaurava arrayed his force. Between the two sides, the total number was 18 akshahinis. Of this, the Pandava force consisted of 7 akshahinis, while the Kaurava force consisted of 10 akshahinis and 1 more. 5 times 50 men constitute a patti. 3 pattis make a senamukha or gulma. 3 gulmas make a gana. In Duryodhana's army, there were thousands and hundreds of such ganas consisting of warriors capable of smiting the foe and longing for battle. And the mighty armed king Duryodhana, selecting from among them brave and intelligent warriors, made them the leaders of his troops. And placing an akshahini of troops under each of those best of men, viz., Kripa, Drona, Salya, Jayadratha, the king of the Sindhus, Sudakshina, the ruler of the Kambojas, Kritavarman, Drona's son, Aswathaman, Karna, Burishravas, Sakuni, the son of Suvala, and the mighty Valaka, the king used to bring them daily before him and at all hours, and speak to them. And he repeatedly offered them worship before his very eyes. And thus appointed, all warriors, with all their followers, became desirous of doing what was most agreeable to the king. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 157. Vaisampayana said, Dhritarashtra's son, accompanied by all the kings, then addressed Bhishma, son of Santanu, and with joined hands said these words, Without a commander, even a mighty army is routed in battle like a swarm of ants. The intelligence of 2 persons can never agree. Different commanders, again, are jealous of one another as regards their prowess. O thou of great wisdom, it is heard by us that, once on a time, the Brahmanas, raising a standard of kusa grass, encountered in battle the Kshatriyas of the Haya clan endued with immeasurable energy. O grandsire, the Vaishyas and the Sudras followed the Brahmanas, so that all the 3 orders were on one side, while those bulls among the Kshatriyas were alone on the other. In the battles, however, that ensued, the 3 orders repeatedly broke, while the Kshatriyas, though alone, vanquished large army that was opposed to them. Then those best of Brahmanas inquired of the Kshatriyas themselves as to the cause of this. O grandsire, those that were virtuous among the Kshatriyas returned the true answer to the inquirers, saying, "In battle we obey the orders of one person endued with great intelligence, while ye are disunited from one another and act according to your individual understanding." The Brahmanas then appointed one amongst themselves as their commander, who was brave and conversant with the ways of policy. And they then succeeded in vanquishing the Kshatriyas. Thus people always conquer their foes in battle who appoint a skilled, brave, and sinless commander, observing the good of the forces under him. As regards thee, thou art equal to Usanus himself, and always seekest my good. Incapable of being slain, thou art, again devoted to virtue. Be thou, therefore, our commander. Like the sun among all luminaries, like the moon unto all delicious herbs, like Kuvara among the Ikshas, like Vasva among the gods, like Meru among mountains, Suparna among the birds, Kamara among the gods, Havyavaha among Vasus, thou art amongst ourselves. Like the gods protected by Sakra, ourselves, protected by thee, will assuredly become invincible by the very gods. Like Agni's son, Kamara, at the head of the gods, march thou at our head, and let us follow thee like calves following the lead of a mighty bull. Bhishma said, O mighty armed one, it is even so, O Bharata, as thou sayest. But the Pandavas are as dear to me as ye yourselves. Therefore, O king, I should certainly seek their good as well, although I shall certainly fight for thee, having given thee a pledge before to that effect. I do not see the warrior on earth that is equal to me, except that tiger among men, Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti. Endued with great intelligence, he is conversant with innumerable celestial weapons. That son of Pandu, however, will never fight with me openly. With the power of my weapons, I can, in a trice, destroy this universe consisting of gods, asuras, rakshasas, and human beings. The sons of Pandu, however, O king, are incapable of being exterminated by me. I shall, therefore, slay every day 10,000 warriors. If, indeed, they do not slay me in battle first, I will continue to slaughter their forces thus. There is another understanding on which I may willingly become the commander of thy forces. It behoveth thee to listen to that. O Lord of earth, either Karna should fight first, or I will fight first. The Suta's son always boasts of his prowess in battle, comparing it with mine. Karna said, As long as Ganga's son liveth, O king, I shall never fight. After Bhishma is slain, I shall fight with the wielder of Gandiva. Vaisampayana continued, After this, Dhritarashtra's son duly made Bhishma the commander of his force, distributing large presents. And after his installation in the command, he blazed forth with beauty. And at the king's behest, musicians cheerfully played upon drums and blew conchs by hundreds and thousands. And numerous leonine roars were sent forth, and all the animals in the camp uttered their cries together. And although the sky was cloudless, a bloody shower fell and made the ground miry. And fierce whirlwinds, and earthquakes, and roars of elephants, occurring, depressed the hearts of all the warriors. Incorporeal voices and flashes of meteoric falls were heard and seen in the welkin. And jackals, howling fiercely, foreboded great calamity. And, O monarch, these and 100 other kinds of fierce portents made their appearance when the king installed Ganga's son in the command of his troops. And after making Bhishma that grinder of hostile hosts his general, and having also caused by abundant gifts of kine and gold to the Brahmanas to pronounce benedictions on him, and glorified by those benedictions, and surrounded by his troops, and with Ganga's son in the van, and accompanied by his brothers, Duryodhana marched to Kurukshetra with his large host. And the Kuru king, going over the plain with Karna in his company, caused his camp to be measured out on a level part, O monarch, of that plain. And the camp, pitched on a delightful and fertile spot abounding with grass and fuel, shone like Hastinapura itself. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 158. Janamejaya said, when Yudhishthira heard that Bhishma, the high-souled son of Ganga, the foremost of all wielders of weapons, the grandsire of the Bharatas, the head of all the kings, the rival of Vrahaspati in intellect, resembling the ocean in gravity, the mountains of Himavat in calmness, the creator himself in nobleness, and the sun in energy, and capable of slaying hostile hosts like great Indra himself by showering his arrows, was installed, till his removal by death, and the command of the Kuru army on the eve of the great sacrifice of battle, terrific in its mien and capable of making one's hairs stand on their ends. What did that mighty armed son of Pandu, that foremost of wielders of weapons, say? What also did Bhima and Arjuna say? And what too did Krishna say? Vyasa said, when news was received of this, Yudhishthira, endued with great intelligence and well acquainted with what should be done in view of dangers and calamities, summoned all his brothers and also the eternal Vasudeva to his presence. And that foremost of speakers then said in a mild voice, make your rounds among the soldiers, and remain carefully, casing yourselves in mail. Our first encounter will be with our grandsire. Look ye for 7 leaders for the 7 Akshahinis of my troops. Krishna said, those words of grave import, which, O bull of the Bharata race, it behoveth thee to utter on an occasion like this, have, indeed, been uttered by thee. Even this, O mighty armed one, is what I also like. Let therefore that be done which should be done next. Let, indeed, 7 leaders be selected for thy army. Vyasa continued, summoning then those warriors eager for battle, viz., Drupada and Virata, and that bull of Seni's race, and Drishtadyumna the prince of Panchala, and King Drishtaketu, and Prince Shikandi of Panchala, and Sadeva, the ruler of the Magadhas. Yudhishthira duly appointed them in the command of his 7 divisions. And above them all was placed in command of all the troops that Drishtadyumna, who had sprung from the blazing, sacrificial fire for the destruction of Drona. And Dhananjaya, of curly hair, was made the leader of all those high-souled leaders. And handsome Janardana, endued with great intelligence, he who was the younger brother of Sankarshana, was chosen as the guide of Arjuna and the driver of his steeds. And beholding that a very destructive battle was about to take place, there came, O king, into the Pandava encampment, Halayuda, accompanied by Akrura, and Gada, and Samva, and Adhava, and Rukmani's son, Pradyumna, and Ahuka's sons, and Sharadeshna, and others. And surrounded and guarded by those foremost warriors of the Vrishni race, resembling a herd of mighty tigers, like Vasva in the midst of the Maruts, the mighty armed and handsome Rama, attired in garments of blue silk and resembling the peak of the Kailasa mountain, and endued with the sportive gait of the lion and possessed of eyes having their ends reddened with drink, came there at such a time. And beholding him, King Yudhishthira the just, and Kesva of great effulgence, and Pritha's son Vrkodara of terrible deeds, and Arjuna, the wielder of Gandiva, and all the other kings that were, rose from their seats. And they all offered worship unto Halayuda as he came to that place. And the Pandava king touched Rama's hands with his own. And that chastiser of foes, Halayuda, in return, accosting them all with Vasudeva at their head, and saluting, respectfully, both Virata and Drupada, who were senior in years, sat down on the same seat with Yudhishthira. And after all the kings had taken their seats, Rohini's son, casting his eyes on Vasudeva, began to speak. And he said, this fierce and terrible slaughter is inevitable. It is, without doubt, a decree of fate, and I think that it cannot be averted. Let me hope, however, to behold all of you, with your friends, come safely out of this strife, with sound bodies and perfectly hale. Without doubt, all the Kshatriyas of the world that are assembled together have their hour come. A fierce melee covering with a mire of flesh and blood is sure to take place. I said unto Vasudeva repeatedly in private, O slayer of Madhu, unto those that bear equal relationship to us, observe thou an equal behavior. As of the Pandavas to us, even so is King Duryodhana. Therefore, give him also the same aid. Indeed, he repeatedly soliciteth it. For thy sake, however, the slayer of Madhu regarded not my words. Looking at Dhananjaya, he hath with his whole heart been devoted to your cause. Even this is what I certainly think, viz., that the victory of the Pandavas is sure, for Vasudeva's wish, O Bharata, is even so. As regards myself, I dare not cast my eyes on the world without Krishna on my side. It is for this that I follow whatever Krishna seeketh to achieve. Both of these heroes, well skilled in encounter with the mace, are my disciples. My affection, therefore, for Bhima is equal to that for King Duryodhana. For these reasons, I shall now repair to the Tirtha of the Sarasvati for ablutions, for I shall not be able to behold with indifference the destruction of the Kauravas. Having said this, the mighty armed Rama, obtaining the leave of the Pandavas, and making the slayer of Madhu desist from following him farther, set out on his journey for the sacred waters. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 159. Vaisampayana said, about this time, there came into the Pandava camp Bhishmaka's son, foremost among all persons of truthful resolution, and known widely by the name of Rukmi. The high-souled Bhishmaka, who was otherwise called King Hiranyaroman, was the friend of Indra. And he was most illustrious among the descendants of Bhoja, and was the ruler of the whole southern country. And Rukmi was a disciple of that lion among the Kempurushas who was known by the name of Drona, having his abode on the mountains of Gandhamadana. And he had learnt from his preceptor the whole science of weapons with its 4 divisions. And that mighty armed warrior had obtained also the bow named Vijaya of celestial workmanship, belonging to the great Indra, and which was equal to Gandiva in energy and to also Sarna, held by Krishna. There were 3 celestial bows owned by the denizens of heaven, viz., Gandiva owned by Varuna, the bow called Vijaya owned by Indra, and that other celestial bow of great energy said to have been owned by Vishnu. This last, Sarna, capable of striking fear into the hearts of hostile warriors, was held by Krishna. The bow called Gandiva was obtained by Indra's son, Arjuna, from Agni on the occasion of the burning of Khandava, while the bow called Vijaya was obtained from Drona by Rukmi of great energy. Baffling the nooses of Mura and slaying by his might that Asura, and vanquishing Naraka, the son of the earth, Hrishikesa, while recovering the begemmed earrings of Aditi, with 16,000 girls and various kinds of jewels and gems, obtained that excellent bow called Sarna. And Rukmi, having obtained the bow called Vijaya, whose twang resembled the roar of the clouds, came to the Pandavas, as if inspiring the whole universe with dread. Formerly, proud of the might of his own arms, the heroic Rukmi could not tolerate the ravishment of his sister Rukmini by wise Vasudeva. He had set out in pursuit, having sworn that he would not return without having slain Janardana. And accompanied by a large army consisting of 4 kinds of forces that occupied, as it marched, a very large portion of the earth, accoutred in handsome coats of mail and armed with diverse weapons and resembling the swollen current of the Ganga, that foremost of all wielders of weapons set out in pursuit of Vasudeva of Vrishni's race. And having come up to him of Vrishni's race, who was lord and master of everything obtainable by ascetic austerities, Rukmi, O king, was vanquished and covered with shame. And for this he returned not to his city, Kundana. And on the spot where that slayer of hostile heroes was vanquished by Krishna, he built an excellent city named Bhojakata. And, O king, that city filled with large forces and teeming with elephants, steeds, is widely known on the earth by that name. Endued with great energy, that hero, cased in mail and armed with bows, fences, swords, and quivers, quickly entered the Pandava camp, surrounded by an akshahini of troops. And Rukmi entered that vast army, under a standard effulgent as the sun, and made himself known to the Pandavas, from desire of doing what was agreeable to Vasudeva. King Yudhishthira, advancing a few steps, offered him worship. And duly worshipped and eulogized by the Pandavas, Rukmi saluted them in return and rested for a while with his troops. And addressing Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, in the midst of the heroes there assembled, he said, If, O son of Pandu, thou art afraid, I am here to render thee assistance in the battle. The assistance I will give thee will be unbearable by thy foes. There is no man in this world who is equal to me in prowess. I will slay those foes of thine whom thou, O son of Pandu, wilt assign to me. I will slay one of those heroes, viz., Drona and Kripa, and Bhishma, and Karna. Or, let all these kings of the earth stand aside. Slaying in battle thy foes myself, I will give thee earth. And he said this in the presence of King Yudhishthira the just and of Kesva, and in the hearing of the assembled monarchs and all others in the camp. Then casting his eyes on Vasudeva and Pandu's son King Yudhishthira the just, Dhananjaya the intelligent son of Kunti smilingly but in a friendly voice said these words, born in the race of Kuru, being especially the son of Pandu, naming Drona as my preceptor, having Vasudeva for my ally, and bearing, besides the bow called Gandiva, how can I say that I am afraid? O hero, when on the occasion of the tale of cattle, I fought with the mighty Gandharvas, who was there to assist me? In that terrific encounter also with the gods and Danavas banded together in great numbers at Kandava, who was my ally when I fought? When, again, I fought with the Nivedakavachas and with those other Danavas called Kalakiyas, who was my ally? When, again, at Virata city I fought with the numberless Kurus, who was my ally in that battle? Having paid my respects, for battle's sake, to Rudra, Sakra, Vaisravana, Yama, Varana, Pavaka, Kripa, Drona, and Madhava, and wielding that tough celestial bow of great energy called Gandiva, and accoutred with inexhaustible arrows and armed with celestial weapons, how can a person like me, O tiger among men, say, even unto Indra armed with the thunderbolt, such words as I am afraid? Words that rob one of all his fame? O thou of mighty arms, I am not afraid, nor have I any need of thy assistance. Go therefore, or stay, as it pleaseth or suiteth thee. Hearing these words of Arjuna, Rukmi taking away with him his army vast as the sea, repaired then, O bull of Bharata's race, to Duryodhana. And King Rukmi, repairing thither, said the same words unto Duryodhana. But that king, proud of his bravery, rejected him in the same way. Thus, O king, two persons withdrew from the battle, viz., Rohini's son, Rama, of Vrishni's race, and King Rukmi. And after Rama had set out on his pilgrimage to the Tirthas, and Bhishmaka's son Rukmi had departed thus, the sons of Pandu once more sat down for consulting with one another. And that conclave, presided over by King Yudhishthira the Just, abounding with numerous monarchs, blazed forth like the firmament bespangled with lesser luminaries, with the moon in their midst. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 160. Janamejaya said, after the soldiers had been arrayed thus in order of battle, on the field of Kurukshetra, what, O bull among Brahmanas, did the Kauravas then do, urged as they were by destiny itself? Vaisampayana said, after the soldiers, O bull of the Bharata race, had been arrayed thus in order of battle, Dhritarashtra, O king, said these words to Sanjaya. Dhritarashtra said, Come, O Sanjaya, Tell me with the fullest details all that hath happened in the encampment of the Kuru and the Pandava troops. I regard destiny to be superior, and exertion useless, for although I understand the evil consequences of war that will lead only to ruin, still I am unable to restrain my son who rejoices in gambling and considers deceit to be wisdom. Understanding everything, I am not yet able to secure my own welfare. O Sutta, my understanding is capable of seeing the defects of measures, but when I approach Duryodhana, that understanding of mine turneth away from that right path. When such is the case, O Sanjaya, that will be which must be. Indeed, the sacrifice of one's corporeal body in battle is the laudable duty of every Kshatriya. Sanjaya said, This question, O great king, that thou hast put, is indeed worthy of thee. It behoveth thee not, however, to impute entire fault to Duryodhana only. Listen to me, O king, as I speak of this exhaustively. That man who cometh by evil in consequence of his own misconduct should never impute the fault to either time or the gods. O great king, he amongst men who perpetrateth every wicked act deserveth to be slain in consequence of his perpetrating those acts. Afflicted with injuries in consequence of the match at dice, the sons of Pandu, however, with all their counselors quietly bore all those injuries, looking up, O best of men, to thy face alone. Hear from me fully, O king, of the slaughter that is about to take place in battle, of steeds and elephants and kings endued with immeasurable energy. Hearing patiently, O thou that art endued with great wisdom, of the destruction of the world and the fierce battle that has been brought about, come to this conclusion and no other, viz., that man is never the agent of his acts right or wrong. Indeed, like a wooden machine, man is not an agent in all he does. In this respect, three opinions are entertained. Some say that everything is ordained by God, some say that our acts are the result of free will, and others say that our acts are the result of those of our past lives. Listen then, therefore, with patience, to the evil that hath come upon us. Present you by HinduMonastery.com.